Ah, so in other words, they're not.
All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the library where you can discover your next adventure. I'm your host, the author, and tonight we join the USS Stavanger. Yada yada yada. Let's get this ball rolling. All the branches of the Shackleton and Star Trek Adventures, Tabletop RPG, by our friends at Mildifius, and Wild Wonderful Adventures on the Frontier. Let's go. And on that note, let's start Season 1, Episode 28, War from the Deep. Alright, that button.
Subkita.
Subkita.
Our allied house.
Yeah.
House what?
The Allied
Allied
House.
Oh, good.
They're the good guys.
Yeah. The ones that are
What
constantly
was
making sure to
the
help.
class? What was the class of Klingon on vessel?
Yeah, we got a bird of prey, Negvar.
It was a Vorcha.
Gotcha.
So a Luna class and a Vorcha have gone missing?
Well, at least the Luna class has. We don't know much on the workshop.
Yeah, you would have to ask Klingon intelligence about that. And they don't like sharing such information.
Oh,
That would
right.
seem a reasonable thing to ask, anyway.
Yeah, especially if we're getting no communication from a Starfleet vessel, we should try to contact our Klingon allies to see if they have the same thing from a vessel that, as far as we can tell, was last with the Federation vessel that we now can't find. Seems like a very important thing to do.
Yeah, it's a joint mission. They'll totally share that information, right?
I mean, whether or not they will or won't, we still should definitely try.
Probably didn't ask him.
When was the last? What was the last?
I second asking them.
Yeah, what was the last thing we heard from the Callisto? That they were responding, and that was it.
Yes, they were responding into this this
Gotcha.
distress call from this colony.
So they never checked in afterwards.
Spending to threat. No, they have not checked in.
Gotcha. And how long ago did they? From the hey, we're going to check this out. How long ago was that?
That was as about 9 days ago. From now, and they have not responded in 3 days.
Oh, so there was a response 3 days ago?
Yeah, 3 days ago.
Oh, okay.
3 days ago. Oh, they failed to check in. Before that, they were doing daily reports back to Starfleet.
Oh, okay. Okay, so it responded 9 days ago.
Yeah,
Were
9
those
days ago.
en route then?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, 9 days ago it went. It said, "Okay, we're en route to this system." To pull up the Callisto's records, that's a diff 0.
Yeah, might as well. Let's try to get some momentum here. You said it was a diff 0.
Diff 0, reason, command, or security. System by communications command.
Copy. I'm just going to do the same thing. Reason security with investigation. I'm just going to do 2. Nice. There we go. Some yummy momentum.
3 momentum generated.
Cool.
Hooray!
Directives, guys, have been updated. Pretty basic stuff. As you are being ordered by Admiral Gaius to investigate this. Since you're the closest ship in the area, and having entire starship go dark for a couple days is worrying.
Cool. Okay. And then how far away are we from the Callisto currently? Or last communication, I guess.
Let me double. I'll check. It wasn't that far. It was 5 or 6 light years.
Copy. Okay.
7 light years. That was a little short.
Gotcha. So I'm assuming we're making best possible speed in that direction.
Captain, what's your orders?
Yeah, best possible speed to last known location of the Callisto.
Okay.
Before we head out there into the unknown, I really think we should get some more data on that Klingon ship.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe our hotshot intelligence guy could snoop a little bit there.
Yeah, I was gonna, at some point that is narratively appropriate, make my way to the bridge and pass off all this information to the captain and rest of the squad. I think it would be prudent if we could attempt to get in touch with a Klingon liaison of some sort, so we could see if they are experiencing similar concerns with the IKS Kagwe. Captain, I was going to run it by you to see if you wanted to do a proper channel, or if you wanted to not do a proper channel.
I will go through the proper channels in my ready room. Mr. Sorrell, you have the bridge. Mr. Guy, you're with me.
Very well. Pew, 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 pew. Now, what color is this being painted now?
Normal color.
Okay, nice.
Define normal.
It's no longer pink.
Yeah, what is normal? Tan?
Tan
Mauve.
and gray.
Yeah.
This is not like a Galaxy class Hilton.
Yeah.
It's not like the complication that made it all pink.
Oh yeah, that was a complication.
So
that's great.
Yeah.
bizarre.
Worst complication spent ever.
So,
Oh my.
Already? I
Wait!
just got into my office.
Wait! It's pink again! How?
Fish tank has sprung a leak.
There is no fish tank in here.
You got a gerbil? A hamster? What do you got?
No animal. And now it's
Andorian
just
centipedes, maybe?
no pictures of his family.
Boy, it sounds like a boring
Because all of his
radio.
souvenirs went down with the Stavanger.
So, we zoom in on Guy and Smith in the ready room as you're getting ready to make these calls.
Yep.
Got real quiet there for a second. Damn.
Let's get in contact with the Klingons in order to see what information we can pull up on the Klingon ship that went to the same distress call as the Callisto.
Hopefully they pick up prudently. Be on hold. They're going to ask for ID card to speak with the president.
Yeah. Who are we contacting?
Let's go with the ambassador, since that's the more proper channels that we would go through. See if they can give us anything, or at least point us to the person that we can talk to.
Okay. Give me a control command and difficulty 1.
Okay. Would diplomacy work as a focus?
Yes.
Okay, I have diplomat. It is now a diff 0.
Nice.
You know how to do this. You know how to cut through the bureaucracy and get to the proper channels.
You still get a threat, because I want to finish for as much momentum as possible.
Yep.
Okay, and Stavanger. Don't have the check. Good. Overflow.
All right, got 4 momentum and off that. You just expertly wade through the bureaucracy in the back channels and the attache and everything, and you're able to get Terra, daughter of Thawne, who is the Klingon ambassador to Narendra Station and the fleet liaison.
Ambassador, I am looking into information on the Klingon vessel that went to the same situation as the Callisto. I was hoping that you could give us some clarity on that, or at least point us to someone who has that information.
I'll help you in any way I can, but the Klingon Defense Force has been very sticky about information lately.
Given the situation that we learned about recently, I can understand the need for a bit more secrecy in their movements.
Indeed. The Causeway is under command of. She looks up on her pad. Captain Crass, an old crotchety, a Klingon, pushing his 15th decade.
And when was the last time the Causeway was in contact with the Empire?
Approximately 4 Earth days ago. Oh, they sent a report, or saying that they were assisting with animal husbandry on this colony.
So she's been out of contact a day longer than her own ship. That is useful information for the situation we were going into.
She was under orders to assist with the situation and create an ally in the Shackleton.
Thank you, Ambassador. Unless there is anything you can tell us about the planet that we have not already learned ourselves from the Callisto, I believe that is all that we are going to be able to inform each other on without causing the defense force to meddle a bit farther into it.
For a momentum, and they can reveal something.
Yes.
I'm surprised you haven't looked into the records yourself. The Causeway reported that at this was some sort of unique Beta Z colony that had some sort of martial prowess and a very Klingon on outlook.
That is indeed interesting.
Our captains are very interested in this culture.
I can see why, if it's a civilization that has based itself on being a warrior culture. And it is definitely an outlier amongst the Beta Zeds.
Yes, they are not known for being a warrior race.
Thank you for all this information, Ambassador. I assume you have other duties to attend to, so I won't keep you much longer.
Thank you. Tara out. And she clicks off.
Oh, that is a unique. I'll spend some time looking into if there are other greater records from my people on this sort of thing.
See if you can't find anything about how and when they got here, and what could have caused them to break off from Betazoid culture this much.
Of course, I'll see what I can find and keep you appraised.
Very good. Have Mr. Venix and Mr. Sorrell enter the ready room when you leave.
Yes, Captain. Cool. Yeah, I'll walk out. Not Sorrell and Venix, but like, Captain, wish to speak with you. We had a quick chat with Tara, the Klingon ambassador.
Okay. Well,
Bye-bye. I skip off.
go ahead.
Captain.
The planet that both the Causeway and the Callisto went to has a very unique culture upon it. Betazoids with a warrior culture. Beyond this, we have also learned that the Causeway has been out of contact with the Empire for 4 days. As of right now, presume that the system is hostile. Before we enter the system, I want the Gettysburg prepped and launched. I'd rather have 2 ships than 1 going into this.
Do we
Hi,
try
Captain.
and reach out to the colony itself, or do we just show up?
I would prefer that we contact the colony first, but risk assessment, Mr. Venix.
Well, I don't know if there's a lot we know about the colony other than its basic principles.
Assume that they have the ability to take out both a Vorcha and a Loon. What will be the best course of action for that?
Well, tactically that'd be pretty difficult. Both of those ships are very capable of holding their own. However, if you have strong telepathy skills, that would seem the obvious advantage. You could disable the crew or the command leadership via telepathy without firing a shot. That'd be the way I do it.
And it could be assumed that since they're a warrior culture, they use their telepathy more aggressively than other telepaths.
How hostile do we think the local population is?
Unknown. 2 ships have gone missing. And we still don't know why.
Is this warrior culture a relatively recent phenomenon, or is it date back into Beta Z's history?
Fortunately, I don't have the information on when and why they split. Mr. Guy is currently looking into that.
If you want to intuit on it, you can give me an insight command if one. And then anything like cultural related or history.
My own people, of course, have an ancient history of violence, and of course, the Romulans are an offshoot of our people.
So it would be an insight command roll, and would something like xenoarchaeology work for it?
At complication, yes. Or at complication or one threat.
I'll give you the threat.
All right.
And you can have an additional threat. I want that third die.
Aye.
I'm gonna go fishing. 3 total.
You caught something.
You catch something. You got 2 floating momentum. Beta Z it has a very unique history of they almost didn't have any wars whatsoever. They had conflicts, but they were more of intense debates that took place over a couple years. As they didn't really have many like actual shooting wars or throughout their entire history, even up to the Stellar Age. However, it is noted that during the Dominion War, Beta Z herself was under siege from the Dominion for the latter half of the war, almost a whole year.
Yup.
So a recent phenomenon then.
Possibly.
Stinky.
At least as far as general parlance knows, there's no like secret Beta Z subculture that wants to use telepathy for violence or that kind of thing.
Telepathic warriors. I'm sure this will be fine.
This
You
would be a...
You do have the 2 float.
Yeah. I just don't know what I would spend it on.
Oh, don't throw them back. Let's salt them and fry them up.
Make an
I've got a
advantage.
thought. Are we able to look up the records for any civilian vessels which have gone to this colony, supply ships, transports, that kind of thing, that we can
Smart.
maybe pick up some clue from what they're getting sent there?
You could look that add up, but that won't be related to the previous role about intuiting about violent Beta Z at culture.
Yeah, it would.
So could we create an advantage that let's something along the lines of cultural understanding? So we've got an idea of where they're coming from and what's motivating them.
Absolutely.
Maybe that'll help with some conversations or diplomacy we might have.
Okay, I'm gonna put this in spoiler text. Yes. All right. Trait of cultural understanding for soon to be revealed culture. I have a specific name for them, but we haven't learned it yet.
Nice.
But you kind of have like an idea of like how it would come across, how it would come across, and how it might have evolved out of the chaos of the Dominion War, especially.
Do we have any information on the leadership of the colony?
Until I spoke with the ambassador, I had no knowledge that there even was a colony there, outside of a distress call from an independent world. That independent world could have been a Federation, Klingon, Romulan, or Shackleton species.
The 2 ships have gone missing in the area, and these are the most likely culprits, right?
Unfortunately, yes.
It's an assumption.
The Klingon ship reported that it was a Beta Z at culture.
Yeah.
So we do have some evidence.
Yeah, presumably
We
the
know
Callisto
way
didn't
it's going.
report our back because they were like still doing surveys and wanted a complete report. You know, because nerds don't like reporting things half-ass.
Yeah, they're big. They're a science vessel first, foremost.
And
so.
and it's kind of a thing where Starfleet vessels don't do the report until the report's finished.
Mhm.
And the Callisto was going there on a distress call from the colony. Is that right?
Yes, it was a distress call on mission.
What was the nature of the distress?
I can answer that for one momentum.
Okay.
Must have a
Apparently,
Benzite captain.
apparently the colony experienced pretty bad at a storm on the surface that wiped out some of their infrastructure, and they needed help recovering power systems and computers and their agriculture.
Okay, so no reports of third parties interfering, at least.
As far as I know now.
So are we gonna so we're gonna deploy the Gettysburg and the Stavanger into orbit around this planet? Are we wanting to?
I want the Gettysburg deployed before we enter system.
Right. I was just saying, are we going to sort of take up oppositional orbits, or do we want to
Or is the
kind of
Gettysburg scouting ahead? Is that what you mean?
scouting ahead, or being a support, like a wingman kind of a situation, or?
I want the Gettysburg in support. I don't want it flying towards the planet before we do. I don't want it flying towards the planet as we do. I want them at least an orbit away from us. But one planetary orbit away from us in case there is something that affects us before it affects them. They can still get out of the system and report back to command.
Okay. Sounds like a plan.
And I'd like one of you to be in command of the Gettysburg for that.
I think it's your turn, Venix.
Very well. I will take command of the Gettysburg.
Very well.
And we should also begin replicating the psionic inhibitors developed by the Gungnir.
Agreed, those could
Was this
be useful.
was a Sorrel special? Actually called psychic capacitors, but you know, minor quibble. Minor quibble.
One psionic capacitor.
One momentum, and you can easily start replicating those.
Yes.
As we get a montage of medical staff after replicating the psionic inhibitors and distributing them amongst the crew, people affixing them to the back of the neck, and you gain the trait psionically inhibited. Yep. So long as you have this device on, you are unaffected by outside psionics, but also if you have personal psionic abilities, it is ineffective and dampened while this device is on.
No mind meld for you.
No mind.
I will not be wearing one.
You can choose that.
Not a request.
What was that?
That's not having them is not a request. That is an order.
You're ordering a Beta Z to lock out his own.
We don't know what they'll
Telepathic
do
stuff?
to us. Yes.
Correct. We have no idea what we'll do. We're assuming that they're that we're going to get in system and they're going to try to telepathically control our minds. That is a bold assumption that we're going with. I think it would be prudent to have at least one individual that is not psionically incapable of contact. Myself, Betazoid is the natural one to choose. If we get in system and they are attempting to control my mind, I'm rather adept at resisting that. I can either resist it or not, and we can move from there when it happens.
Not a risk I'm willing to take, Doctor. You will attach the psionic.
Well, as I noted, the psionic capacitor doesn't actually prevent psychic communication, just makes it more difficult, and that it also prevents psychic attack. So, like, it circuit breaks if someone tries to overwhelm you with a psychic.
So it doesn't completely.
intrusion.
It doesn't
Correct.
completely deafen
okay.
you and muffles it. That was my mistake.
Okay, got it.
But it still would be uncomfortable for sure. It's like walking around out in the neighborhood with noise canceling headphones on.
Right.
As long as I'd still be able to communicate with one of them if they attempt to reach out.
Yeah, and you can toggle it on and off for a minor action. It's like, you just reach in back and neck, tap the button.
Oh, okay, then sure. I'll put it on and keep it off until something happens, and I'll toggle it on. Okay, got it. So the way that it was presented was not that way at all. Okay, copy.
Right.
No, it was like a cortical stim, and it just taps to the back of your neck.
Yeah, I mean, I'll still put it on begrudgingly.
I'd presume that there is a failsafe where if the wearer is becoming psionically overwhelmed, it flips on its own.
Interesting.
I think that's the psychic circuit breaker.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Copy that.
Okay, so as long as you're wearing it,
As long as you're wearing it. Yeah. As long as you're wearing it.
Okay. Yeah.
The fact that once you have it
sense.
on you, you can.
Yeah, that's totally fine. It makes a lot more sense now that it's been fully explained. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Then I'll just go down into my office. I'm gonna try to look in and see if any news from the Betazoid channels about a mass exodus of people after the Dominion War, yada yada. See if
I'm spending
try to figure out when this was.
New threat. Venix. You don't exactly have a standard nervous system, so the psionic capacitor doesn't appear to work. Not that your species has a natural psionic ability, but you do have a psionic signal. You're sapient of some sort, but the psionic capacitor has no idea how to dampen signals to or from you.
Okay.
Interesting. Is there like a workaround that we could do with like the clay creation? Like, can we infuse the clay with I don't know, some way for the psionic capacitor to work in a pinch?
I mean, I'm not the scientist here. That sounds like a you problem. How would you solve it?
I mean, I might be able to modify it first, but I would need to know more about his physiology, and that may be a project.
Right.
It's not really something that we can do on the fly. At least not like a complete complete thing. It would probably be like a prototype kind of deal that would burn out after 1 year.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I can wrap myself in tinfoil, but
That does it.
Or we could borrow that helmet from the other franchise, maybe.
Yeah.
Ross took that helmet with him.
All right, so I'm just gonna try to look into Betazoid channel so we can lock in how long this colony has been here, if it's a new thing, if they're known about.
Where do you go to do this research? Are you just gonna do this on the bridge, or?
No, I'm gonna go to my quarters.
All right, go to your quarters.
maybe as a thought, we could reprogram my nanites to resist that, kind of like a firewall type thing.
Oh, true.
That could be an option. And we'll talk to Guy about it after he learns more about his dark past.
Oh,
Anyways,
Yeah.
Guy, you are in your quarters. It's still like in the middle of Alpha shift, so you're not usually here at this time. But what does your quarters look like?
It's like very, very nice, very meticulous. Everything is spotless. There's some nice paintings and some art, some kind of like statues and stuff that are in different locations around the room, but it's very clean.
Are they Beta Z and statues or
they're
eclectic?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're Betazoid-esque statues from different Beta Z kind of artists and stuff. His family was very big into art and whatnot, so he kept a little bit of that in his tastes. It's very clean. We've got a very nice desk set up that I file personal kind of documents and stuff, and where I do some of my more private work. It's disconnected from the ship and all that sort of nonsense.
Of course, never trust the network.
Exactly.
Keep it off the cloud.
Right, yeah, get off the cloud. They're always watching Big Brother.
Are there any personal family photos or photos of friends?
Noticeably no. There's no photos of him or any other people anywhere in his room at all.
Interesting. All right. Sit down at your desk, and you are going to look up. What's the query you're putting in the computer?
I think I start with looking into like the I guess more aggressive nature of telepathy in recent history. Obviously, the Dominion War happened, and that I understand that very well. So I'm going to look into Betazoid kind of recent history past the Dominion War, see if there were any groups that kind of rose during the occupation that used that telepathy in a more aggressive nature, and see if the Betazoid core houses and governments reported any of them leaving the planet or disagreements, that sort of thing.
Control command. Normally difficulty 3, bringing this down to difficulty 2 because as this is your culture. And then computers command.
Copy.
And if you can argue a different department, just let me know, because that's kind of a broad statement.
Yeah, can I do security? Just using the more like back end channels, intelligence officer style.
You can. It would influence what answers they give you, but yes.
Sure. Copy that. Okay, yeah, I'll do that. And now investigation is a focus.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give you a momentum to go up to 3 die. And I think both Sorel and Cap are gone.
I can hit it.
Copy.
Computers and security. Oh, nice. Crit. The computer had a lot of data on this. So nice. That is 3 momentum. You're full up. Indeed, in light of the occupation of Beta Z, there was a sort of underground and kind of guerrilla resistance is that formed up on Beta Z, and of the natives using their telepathic abilities to attack Jem'Hadar, and kind of refining and working on this technique to do like long range stuns or hallucinations in some groups. There's even some reports that some of them can just cause brain aneurysms at a distance. After the war, were very this group, it was very adamant and okay, we need to continue developing this, that way our planet doesn't get attacked again. We need to be able to defend ourselves and not rely on Starfleet, which strategically they kind of fell back from Beta Z and kind of allowed it to be captured versus Earth. The fleet had the option of defending Earth or defending Beta Z, and they chose the tactical solution. Yeah.
Makes sense.
So, there was definitely some hard feelings involving relying on Starfleet defense for that. The major houses, in response to this, did not agree and wanted it to not necessarily suppress, but kind of put red flags around the research, saying, yes, these are things we know, but these are also bad things that we know.
Gotcha.
Not necessarily
trying to temper it.
Yeah, not necessarily erase it, but temper it and stop people from looking into it. And as a result out of that, there's definitely several thousand in people. Numbering about like 5,000 people. All that left at Beta Z, and with no particular destination in mind. They renounced their citizenship.
How long ago was this?
One momentum.
Yep, go for it.
Shoot, I'm gonna have to double check my activity. When did the Dominion War end?
I think what year are we in? Right, it was 2375 or 76 is when the Dominion War ended, right?
Okay, so it was 7 years ago.
Okay, copy. That makes sense.
Like within months after the Treaty of Bajor.
Gotcha. Yeah. Gotcha. Okay.
Anything else you want to know?
Oh boy. Who are the notable leaders of this movement?
One momentum.
Yep.
Bina Stadi. Her Beta Z.
Gotcha. Can you type that out for my notes, please?
He's relatively a young, like late 30s. He's early 40s. So she would have been like early 30s during the war.
Gotcha. Interesting.
For one momentum, yes, to your personal request.
Gotcha. Let me type that. Bina Stadi. Yeah, I'll like gotta rub my temples a bit. Just kind of like, fuck, not good. And I'll go in, kind of into the closet of my quarters and kind of move back a panel behind a bunch of clothes. Kind of reach my hand in and dig around for a second. Pull out an old, pretty crumpled, like, bag almost. Pull it out and dig through it and pull out like a old piece of propaganda during the Dominion War that was circulating of this movement. Was this individual Abina Stadi still, I'm assuming she was alive and the leader? Any indications that she might still be in charge?
Yeah, she was one of the vocal people after the war who said, Ed, we need to continue this research so that way a Beta Z can defend itself. Well, peace and talking doesn't work all the time, and we need to speak softly and carry a big stick.
Gotcha.
And let me hold the stick, please. I want to hold the stick. Can I hold the stick?
Yeah. Did they have a name for their kind of movement? Their, I guess, belief system?
Yes. They call themselves the Talakris.
Gotcha.
It's a very old Beta Z word for conflict and debate.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Interesting. All right. Cool. Yeah. Unfortunate. Yeah. I guess around this point, I'll message the rest of the command staff to see if we can have a powwow.
So, before we get there, spinning to threat. How do you feel about this, Sky? What's your take on this?
He's a little. He's definitely a little shaken by this. His usual kind of calm and stoic demeanor is a bit shaken. It brings up some poor memories of wartime existence and what you have to do. Yeah, it's definitely a familiar argument that he understands to a certain extent.
Do you believe in this argument?
I think that he doesn't believe that it's the only way, but he does believe that it has a place. That's for sure. And that I think kind of deep down he believes that this is a part of us that we can use, right? It's just up to us to decide how we want to use it. So you can use it in good ways and you can use it in bad ways, and it's not a complete black or white type of thing, but it definitely requires temperance.
As these thoughts kind of play across your face, you shake yourself out of it, tap your comm badge, and call for the meeting.
Before we do the meeting thing, can I see if there's anything on the stuff I was talking about before, the civilian traffic, transport traffic, anything useful out of that, if I need to make a roll?
Yes, you can and definitely look into that. Would you just do that from the bridge?
Yes.
Your office?
I'll just do it from the bridge. It's the same.
There's consoles behind.
Yeah.
All right, and you're looking for civilian traffic that might have made its way up to this world.
Correct.
Okay. Using command. Difficulty 2 because it's not on a well patrolled area, and computers command.
Focus on computers.
Yes, you're doing computer search.
Okay.
So using your Google food for sure.
Right. So I'll get a +1 for erosion, exceptional vision.
Yep. So, to generate 2 momentum. They haven't had many traders or go out that way, it seems, but there have been a handful of ships that have like passed by and like done a rest stop up at the place. They don't have an orbital facility, but they do have land ground based landing platforms that smaller ships can and land on. Nothing in particular jumps out about the ships that I visited. Just some traders, a couple of like questionable traders, but nothing that piques your interest.
So no arms dealers, that kind of thing.
There's like an occasional smuggler, but no arms dealers.
Okay. I just wanted to have that info for the meeting, if there was. Okay.
All right, to the conference room. You got as take place. Mortea and 3 are busy keeping the ship about a high warp. Get us there.
Very good. I did some digging when I got back. It is unfortunate. I have a theory on who the group is. They are in Beta Z there's a word, talakris, old word for conflict, debate, somewhat synonyms. There was a group, underground political movement for much of my childhood that used this word as a statement of who they were, individuals that used telepathy and our inherent nature in ways that were more open and aggressive, less focused on peace and whatnot. They gained much traction during the Dominion War, during the occupation, and when Betazoid was under attack. These individuals honed their telepathic techniques for long-range bombardments, telepathic destabilization in large groups, interrogation techniques, all sorts of things that can be debated one way or another, but it appears that a large sect of this group, roughly 5,000 or so, announced their citizenship from Beta Z and set off on their own after the Treaty of Bayshore. Beta Z security forces attempted to look into where they ended up, but were unsuccessful at finding where they have went. It is potentially a good lead that it could be these individuals. They were led during the wartime by a individual named Abena Stadi. She was a rather charismatic individual, was good at inciting fervor in her people, and yes, they did a lot of things during the Dominion War that some might frown upon, but it was in defense of Beta Z.
Doctor, do you have any thoughts on why they decided to break off from Beta Z Society?
They pushed for continuing theoretical and more direct research and evolution into this side of our telepathic abilities after the Dominion War. The group was upset that Starfleet chose to not render as much aid as they believed they could. So the Talakris, after the war, wanted to continue this sort of training so that it could be better used in the future if Beta Z were ever under siege again. The Great Houses and the greater governments of Beta Z did not agree with this sentiment openly and attempted to temper this sort of rhetoric. So they believed that they could not efficiently pursue their ideology anymore on Beta Z. So they set off, announced their citizenship, and went to start anew.
Do you believe they have any animosity to the Federation, or is this simply just a disagreement in philosophy and they decided to go off and do their own thing?
I think it would be prudent to assume both options. But one can... I do not think that all of them blame the Federation for anything that happened. I think that it is more of a difference in belief systems and opinions that drove them away, rather than hatred of anything.
Captain, my recommendation would be to take the Gettysburg in first, launch a series of probes into the system, see if we can determine if the missing ships are there, gather electronic intelligence, see if there's any type of defense network set up. That way we would know what we were getting into before we actually warped into the system.
So, I mean, what would those probes be looking for?
Well, obviously the two missing ships. They would also be eavesdropping on any kind of electronic communications in the system, as well as seeing if there are any other unknown to us now ships there.
Population centers, see if we can confirm the presence of recent storm activity, to see if the distress call was fabricated or factual.
Yes, that would be also good to know.
Yeah, I definitely think we can definitely gather that kind of information with sensor data, but unless we kind of want to send in a probe to intercept communications, and then I don't know, maybe stay outside the solar system and monitor those communications for some period of time. That would take time. I didn't know if we were wanting to do that.
I don't suggest we wait. I just think we should send it in and see what we're picking up in the immediate moment. You know, are there military communications? Are there just normal civilian traffic?
Can we send one now? Will it reach the destination before we do, if we launch it out? Or is this like a drop out of warp, like outside the system, send one, see what's going on for a couple hours, and move in?
Narratively, after the scene, we can drop into snooping around the system with the Stavanger like parked just outside of range.
Okay.
Unless there's any other preparation or research you want to do.
Doctor, given this information and the knowledge that 2 ships have gone missing in this system, over the last 7 years, how likely is it that they've become more dangerous than they already were? during the Dominion War.
What author? What like kind of personal traits would I know about their leader? Right, because her ideology will kind of influence the evolutionary path of the group that she leads. Right.
Mm-hmm. Did you? Yeah. Historical question: were you a member of this group, or what? Were you involved with it during the war?
Not directly with the group, but I did follow some of their methodologies during my time with Starfleet intelligence. So I understand what they're peddling, but I was never like personally involved with anything because I was with Starfleet the whole time.
This is gonna be an insight. Command. Let's see. Try to find out the motivations of someone. Not someone you know personally, but they're a member of species.
Mm-hmm.
Given your history, I'll count that as an advantage. Inside Command Diff 1.
Copy. I'll give you a threat. I'll give it a 3 die. And would you accept that investigation, maybe?
Something a little more social.
Yeah, nothing social unless like espionage is one, but
I'll take espionage.
or interrogation, I guess technically as well.
Yeah, I'll take interrogation and espionage. Trying to find out what makes people tick. Momentum. You thinking back to what you know about her. You heard her on the rate on like subspace radio several times as she was like giving motivational speeches and broadcast and literally just propaganda campaigns. She is very dismissive and almost blames Starfleet for the fall of Beta Z. And yeah, she's very much let's fight fire with fire.
Gosh, okay, cool. The individual in charge is, like I said, a woman by the name of Abena Stadi. She saw the Federation as more directly responsible than what truth was for the damage that was done to Beta Z during the Dominion War. Her methodology is very much fight fire with fire, blood with blood, eye for an eye mentality. If she has shared the same belief for the past 7 years, then she has most likely reaffirmed those beliefs in her followers. So I think that it is prudent to expect a hostile response or a threat to a Federation vessel coming and snooping around. Whether or not it was propaganda during the time, but it was stated that she was remarkable at telepathic offenses and the like. But I'm sure that there is some truth to it.
I'm sure that animosity would also spread to our allies during the war, the Klingons and the Romulans.
You do float. If you want to ask additional questions or create an advantage, even.
Let's see.
Or you can spend 2 to recover one stress. Oh wait, wrong system.
Right. Let's see what can we do. Let's see. Was there any kind of existence during the war? I guess for an extra momentum or however many it takes. Were they capable of complete kind of mind control kind of techniques?
I will take that question and to threat. They didn't master it during the war. The Jemadar are extraordinarily resistant to any sort of brainwashing techniques by design. I'm literally. But they were definitely looking towards that. Who knows what they could have mastered over the last 7 years.
Sure. Gotcha. Okay.
Any last words before we jump into the system?
If the opportunity presents itself, I would like to volunteer to speak with their leadership, if I could. Yeah, it will be dangerous, obviously, and but I'm just putting it out there that I
That entirely
would volunteer.
relies on whether or not they wish to talk or just incapacitate us entirely without even giving us a moment to do anything against them.
The doctor's suggestion does have certain advantages. If he were to go in alone on a shuttle, perhaps they would not feel threatened.
I concur. I do, to a certain extent, understand their rhetoric and their belief system more inherently.
The doctor would be vulnerable and on a single shuttle by himself with no backup.
We have no idea
I
what
could
they
go with
did.
him.
We have no idea what they did to the Vorcha or the Callisto. At this time, shuttlecraft going in alone is not something I will condone. You can go in on the Gettysburg, Doctor, but not on the shuttle.
Very well.
As of such, Mr. Venix, you will be taking the Gettysburg in first, doing whatever reconnaissance you can, and giving the Doctor an opportunity to speak with this Beta Z leader. And now there's an alarm.
Bridge to Captain.
Go ahead.
We're on approach to the system. We're about 2 light years out, but there's a pretty bad ionic storm ahead. We're gonna have to slow to warp 6.
I don't want us flying through that ion storm. Try to divert around it to a stop until it's dissipated.
Aye, sir.
Was it in this ionic storm? Is it in the path of us getting to the system, or is it in?
For momentum. I can
Yes.
clarify that.
Yeah.
It appears the storm arm is overtopped the system as well.
Okay.
Okay, full stop then.
Right. Yeah. So I could. Yeah.
As the ship drops out of warp.
Mr. Sorrell, I suggest we get back to the bridge and you conduct a survey on that storm.
Hi, Captain.
Any change of
Mr.
alert
Venix.
status?
Yellow alert. Shields up. Yeah, okay. Mr. Venix, begin prepping the Gettysburg, but don't launch her until I order it.
Yes, Captain. I'll head down.
We'll have to
I'll go
drop the shields to do that anyway.
I'll go with Venix.
That's fine. There's a protocol for launching. All right. Venix is going to the Gettysburg. Are we cool with this same Gettysburg team for the main staff?
Let's see. Yeah, I'll play Bo Rega since I don't have a character now on the Gettysburg.
All right.
If that's okay.
Nice.
As we go to a full stop, and in front of the a screen is the whirling iridescent cloud of ionic energy, lightning bolts cracking in hundreds of thousands of miles across, and it just fills your screen from horizon to horizon.
Damn.
As the ship is brought to yellow alerts, the clock's on blares, everyone unsnaps to their stations and is running around and bringing the ship to tense but ready state. She coils herself up and kind of ducks down, getting ready to pounce at the first sign of trouble. What do you do? As the Stavanger sits glaring at the storm just ahead of her.
I'm going to censor that storm.
Want to get a sense of what's going on?
I would.
It's a pretty thick storm, so diff 1, but that will allow you to kind of pierce all the way to like the outside edge of the star system. And sensor science from the Stavanger.
All right. Well then. I will spend 2 momentum and the rest in threat to get to 5.
Aye.
Sensor operations are my focus. Some science. Here we go. Well.
What do your Vulcan eyes see?
Everything.
Alright. Alright. This appears to be a class 2 ion on storm, and it appears to be kind of stuck in a holding pattern over top of this system. Just the subspace ace flow of it is keeping it there.
The subspace flow is keeping the ion storm in place. So, geosynchronous?
Heliosynchronous.
Heliosynchronous. Okay. All right. So it's staying relative to the sun, but the planet continues to turn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How much? What's the? What are the dimensions of the ion storm?
That would be your free science question. There's 2 light years of it in front of you, but if you were to circumvent it, there's a thinner section on the far side where you can kind of pierce through and go through less of the storm. but circumventing
Okay.
it would take another 3 to 4 light years to circumnavigate this storm, and then you would still have to pierce the storm at some point to get to the system.
All right, so a bit of a navigational challenge. What level ion storm is this?
Class 2.
Okay, so we should call Mr. Finney in from his position so he doesn't get. Oh wait, never mind. This is TNG area. TOS joke, people. TOS jokes.
I'm spending 2 threat for unrelated reasons.
Yeah, spinning 2 threat because I'm telling TOS jokes. Haha. Class 2, 2 light years across, has a thin section.
It's a thin section, but it's going to take a while to get there. So,
What would be the risk of just barreling straight through?
it would be a difficulty to navigational check. If you're going to navigate around, it would be an additional 2 threat, and you would take more time. So the situation might develop while you're taking the extra time to be safe.
And how long is this storm going to rage?
I can answer that for a momentum.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Yes.
It could rage for several days. It looks like based on some long range sensors or scans, this would look like it's already been kind of stuck in this system and for the past week.
So no time soon.
For momentum, I can reveal something else.
Sure. We're still in floatland, so.
Yep. Given the nature of the storm, the classification of it might account for the communication blackout.
Yeah, I figured we would need to get past the storm in order to pick up communications. That's why I'm wondering if we should.
But you think they would have set up a time interval where they exit the storm in order to relay to command?
Indeed, that is curious.
Yeah.
Unless there's something stopping them from doing that.
It comes back to the Betazoids.
Okay. Everything about the ion storm looks naturally occurring.
1 momentum.
Sure.
Yes, it just appears to be in a weird location, and it's just kind of stuck between 2 high pressure systems. So the storm's just hovering over a section rather than moving through space like it normally does. So Shackleton's gonna Shackleton. It should dissipate on its own.
At a narratively appropriate time.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like risking flying through the storm head on, going to the thin area before we launch the Gettysburg to go in.
All right.
Any other questions?
We should. I think we're going to take the path of least resistance. Okay, but so did we detect anything in the ion storm?
Like what? What would you be looking for?
Like an object? Oh, I don't know, like a spaceship or something.
Inconclusive. If you you can't scan anything in deep into the a star system, you can basically tell that there is a star system in there. You can peer about a half a light year into the storm before the sensors start getting too choppy to detect ships. You do not detect ships.
Okay. So maybe there's a spaceship in there. Wouldn't know, but we don't have any evidence that there is.
No evidence that there is one.
Okay. Anything else that the sensors are picking up?
Not at this range. No.
Not at this range. Okay. All right. Yeah, that exhausts my questions.
If we set up probes at select intervals from the beginning of where the Gettysburg will be punching through the storm, could we keep a line of communication that way?
Yes, you could. There's a risk that the storm could wipe out the probes, but if you put a robust enough network, you can and keep communication lines in.
I want to take every precaution we can, so yes, setting up a probe network would be a good idea.
All right, Captain, what are your orders?
Get us around to the thin section. Then we'll launch the Gettysburg from there. Tapping on combat. Mr. Vanix, we're going to get you to an easier part of the storm to enter through, and you're going to set up a probe network from the point of entry.
Captain?
I don't want to risk losing touch too quickly with you.
I'll take 2 threat or 2 momentum and to take the time to go around the storm.
Let's go with momentum.
Yeah, you have momentum and you can get ahead of this. Yes, but it is going to take some time as you slowly navigate around the storm. Takes another takes about another 2 shifts to get there. Update our location because we are now at section expanse, sector B4, subsector E15, the Telecris system. As we get to the thin part out of the storm,
on there.
Huh?
Or
No, we didn't hear you there.
my internet's doing funny things. There's a storm outside.
I think I'll be muttering to him.
No. Bingo bad. Twitch, am I still here?
Discord's having
Not hearing
issues.
Oscar so well.
Yeah, you guys are cutting in and out.
And back to Greg.
All right. You cut to the thin side of the storm. You can barely see this bright spot through the thick clouds. So that is the sun of the system. As the Gettysburg is deployed. Oh boy. Twitch, rubber baby buggy bumpers, rubber baby buggy bumpers. Is it just Discord that's messing up, or is my whole internet dying? Okay, so it's just Discord. Plug back in. Can you hear me now?
I'm getting green now.
Yeah. Unplug it, plug back in.
Yeah, I think we just had a big server drop.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Gettysburg is deployed. For 2 momentum or a diff 1 task, you can set up that at network. +2 move for or every increase to the robustness of that network. +2 momentum. Venix, how would you like to do this?
Sorry, I didn't hear the last 30 seconds of what was said there for a second.
Goodness. All right. You can either do a diff 1 task as to set up the relay network, or you can spend 2 momentum plus. You can spend 2 momentum to set that up, and then +2 momentum to increase the robustness of that network.
I'll go ahead and roll it.
All right. I'll make that a control command assisted by Gettysburg's communication and security.
Okay. Go ahead and take. Nah, I'll just roll it flat. Okay, control command. Ah, crap. All right.
Gettysburg
well,
really
I'll
wants that
check
network
one.
up.
We can crush it and still have 4 for the network.
Yeah, I'll quash the comp there.
And do you want to spend the 4 to get like a class 3 network?
Yes.
All right. Slow going, but as you pick your way through, you set up a really robust relay a network. Almost like 3 times as much as needed, but you have a lot of redundancy. And let's see, copy this crew as seen, and we'll drop into the system.
So we're on the bridge of the Gettysburg.
Mhm.
All right, cool.
Bridge of the Gettysburg slowly sneaking in.
Lieutenant Commander Venix, just a quick powwow if you have time.
You would.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, just to let you know, the individual that is leading this group is Bena Stadi. I knew her personally when we were children. It might be prudent if we get a chance for me to attempt to open a dialogue. Hopefully it is not immediately hostile. Just wanted to let you know that it may be prudent if we can get my voice broadcasted if we get the chance. It may dissuade her at least briefly from taking hostilities.
What was the nature of your relationship? Was it intimate?
We were young. It was before I left for Starfleet and before she went off to do what she did. So, yes, but it was a long time ago.
Very well. Intimate relations tend to escalate emotions
it can also lower the emotions as well.
Very well, Doctor. It makes sense that you should take the lead.
I'm not even sure if a dialogue would be opened, but just in case it is, just to let you know.
I consider it worth the attempt.
Very good. That is all. Thank you for your time.
Okay.
So which planet is? So that's the ion storm, right?
That is not
What we
the
think?
Ion Storm.
Oh.
That is something
Oh.
very different.
Okay, interesting.
As
Before we
it looks
work
like
in
there's
our-
as it looks like there is a swirling cloud of bright plasma just swirling in a gigantic field that
Oh.
seems to cover several thousand kilometers in radius.
Interesting.
Well, before
Uh,
we would have warped into the system, would our probes have picked up
Right.
this or anything else?
You can have someone on the Gettysburg do a reason science diff 0.
Do we have a science guy?
Oh, was it Zargan?
Yeah, that probably would have been.
It's Zarkin on the Gettysburg. Did we put him on the Gettysburg?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And which player is gonna roll him?
Well, I've got Bo Rega, so someone else needs to grab Zarkin.
Already got Vest.
Or I guess I could grab Zarkin.
Right.
Grab Zarkin for now.
All right. We're gonna get other players later on who can
Yeah. Sure,
Yeah.
sure.
jump in. All right. This is Zarkin. Science. There's Lieutenant Zarkin. All right. Character sheet. Reason science. It is our favorite kind of role. Let's see here. What is the nature of the scientific inquiry?
You are scanning the system.
Center operations.
Yep.
Nice.
I am going. Let's see. Do I have cautious? Zarkin should really have cautious. Yep, he does. All right. And we're out of momentum. Great. I'm gonna go ahead and spin threat 3 to get to 4, and hope I don't need a reroll. Here we go. I don't need a reroll.
Wow. Not too bad.
For
The
momentum.
gunner's like, oh, is that something I can shoot? Let me shoot it.
Yeah. Gettysburg is just super eager to look at us. I am collating your screen now. There.
Oh.
There. As you have the classic Class J in Planet 3, Class M appears to be Planet 2. That is... These were kind of in the wrong position.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, these pips, full biosphere, they're 10 to the 5th sapient life forms, 70% Klingon. 70% Beta Z, 10% Klingon, 20% unknown.
Uh-oh.
So 10 to the 5th, you said? It's a lot more than 5,000.
Yeah, it's about 10,000.
They've been busy.
Fusion
Wait,
reactor and one city.
10 to the 5th is 100,000.
No, 100,000 is 10 to the 6, isn't it? I was aiming for about 10,000 in people.
No, 5th is 100,000. 4th
Yeah,
is,
that's 100,000.
Yeah. I was like, holy shit.
Okay, I miscounted.
X zeros. Yeah.
Exponents are weird.
Exponents are weird.
Yeah, because
Okay.
it already has a 0 in the 10. Okay, that's
Yeah.
it's 10 to the 4th.
I was
10
like,
to
oh my
the
god, they've been kidnapping Betazoids.
Oh,
It's
I
10
was just
it's tens of thousands. Of
maybe
people.
we had a Risa situation. Yeah,
Right. Yeah. All right. Cool.
Tens of thousands of people in one fairly large city on the planet.
Okay.
I see our ion storm. What the heck is that weird token?
That is not an ion storm. That is a cloud out of little plasma balls that are shimmering and swirling around out a radius of thousands of kilometers.
The one that's animated?
Yeah, the animated one.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
not
okay.
the ion storm. The ion storm will be covering the entire system.
All right. Fusion reactor. And then we don't know what this other thing is? The
You can certainly ask
Tratia
questions.
token?
The
That's a
what?
trait
Yeah, what-
token.
That's
It's
trait.
a trait token.
Oh, trait. Oh, you've got a trait. There's a trait. There's a trait on
Yeah.
the scene. Do we know what the trait
Yeah.
is?
Um,
Great, okay.
The trait 8 is you have a class 3 relay network and there's a class 2 storm.
Every map will have that token on there, just so. that
Yeah,
we know what
I've
traits
been
are.
putting that at. Putting a token on here just so I can have like something I can label the traits of the map on it.
I got you. Are we picking up the USS Callisto? There.
Yeah. Are its engines powered on? Is it...
Oh,
Life
the
sign.
Callisto came with it.
Stable orbit.
Oops. All right. Yes, you are. I did intend and on having her reveal herself, but all right. Yeah, you pick her up. Goodness, I'm a professional, guys.
The Oscar didn't know what he was clicking.
Yeah, all right. The Callisto is there. She appears to be moderately damaged. She's in low power mode and hiding in the ionosphere of the Class A world.
Do we detect life forms aboard her?
I can ask that for momentum.
Sure.
Kinda hard to see through the ionosphere, but yes, there appears to be life forms. Arms. No major hull breaches. She doesn't look like she's cracked in half. She has some scuff marks and one of her nacelles is depowered, but she's still seaworthy.
So she's definitely seen
Okay.
combat, but not enough to put her out of the fight entirely.
Yeah, she's scuffed up. She has a bloody lip. Bloody
Do we
lip
detect
and
any-
broken arm, but she's still alive.
Have we checked any other ships in the system that might potentially be a threat?
Vultures or
You do not detect any other ships in the system.
Might be cloaked though.
Yeah, that's true.
Mhm.
I'm going to open hailing frequencies to the Callisto. And this is Lieutenant Commander Venix of the Gettysburg. Captain Callisto.
It is Captain Renea, but first things first. On a scale of 1 to 5, how secure is this channel? Or are you just gonna do it open frequency?
Oh. Well, I guess considering the situation, we'll make it secure. Let's go with 3.
Control security, difficulty 3, assisted by communication security.
Okay, go ahead and check 1 threat.
Okay.
And these 20s love me today.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna reroll that with bold. Alright, 4 together.
Four out of the 3,
Not too
gain
bad.
1 moment. Type beam communication secure. What is your message?
This is Lieutenant Commander Venix of the Federation Starship Gettysburg. To the captain and crew of the Callisto, please state your status.
Captain Renera appears on the screen. His bridge is a little rough around the edges, as there's some consoles that have been like swept up. Some of the ceiling rocks are still on the floor, are a couple loose cables, and he has a gash above his head, and cutting up almost to his antenna, but not quite reaching there. Gettysburg, is that you?
Yes, Callisto. What happened to you?
It's a long story, but we are attacked by some sort of unknown alien force.
Can you elaborate on that?
No, we haven't seen them before.
Was it a vessel?
It was a vessel of some sort. It snuck up on. It didn't sneak up on us. It blasted us with large sensor air package and nearly blinded us and just started attacking.
What happened to the Klingon cruiser that was accompanying you?
No idea. I'm assuming she cloaked and is still in the system somewhere, or she might have made a run for it. We've been in hiding out here, trying to put our teeth back in, and so we can figure out what to do next.
Did you make contact with the group that sent the distress call?
The Telecris? Yeah. We were helping them out for our 3 or 4 days before this alien ship just attacked.
Interesting.
Do you have the frequencies of the sensor scans that they were trying to scan you with?
They were using some sort of highly energetic plasma field to baffle our sensors.
Did the Talicus on the planet warn you of an alien vessel in the system?
They didn't. They seem to be just as surprised as the rest of us. Spending 2 momentum as computers. Console bleeps as the plasma field appears to be moving.
Oh.
What heading?
Intercept course.
With us?
Mm-hmm.
Have anyone ever seen a storm like that move directly into an intercept course before? That's problematic, right? That's not good.
Helm, evasive maneuvers. Keep us out of the path of that thing.
See how quickly it can adjust its course.
Venix, what's our alert status?
Red alert, shields up.
How quick is this thing moving?
We will get there in a second. We are now in combat at rounds. Let's change this music. Wait, is this one? All right. Commander Venix, what is the Gettysburg's intention for this round?
To dodge the plasma ball.
All right, sounds good. Let's see. Basic maneuvers, daring, con, difficulty 1, engines con.
Is the Gettysburg or the Stavanger?
Gettysburg.
Oh, so this is a Borrega roll?
It's Borrega.
Yup.
All right, Borrega flashes a grin, winks. I got this, boss. Here we go. Daring on. And I'm going to spend... Yep, I'm going to spend 2 momentum, 1 threat to get to 4. And helm control is my focus. Daring. Con. Here we go. Rerolling complication.
Nice. That is 6 out of 1, so 5 momentum generated. So, tell us how this evasive maneuver looks.
Super cool.
Based and epic for sure.
Yes, for
Based and epic for sure. Or as you take the Gettysburg in a crazy corkscrew spiral through open space. You move 1 zone away from where you are.
Sweet.
Where would you like to go?
I think north would be good.
You think north?
Well, it's coming from the south, so.
It's probably from
I mean-
and
That's moving away from the planet. Is that what we want? We want to move away from the planet.
Well, that thing's moving towards an intercept course.
Yeah. So
I
so
see
move
it.
away.
I mean, it's big and scary. So yeah, I guess move away. Yeah.
All right. Do a crazy corkscrew maneuver and an Aerion on flip as you burn hard away from this scary plasma cloud.
Rega.
You do have a float. Anything else you want to do, Rega?
I think we could test a theory here if you give it to one of us. If we like launch a probe or something towards it, see if it like is drawn towards like a power signature, or if it has, you know, its own intent for moving. Does that make sense? See if it's like programmed or directly controlled in some way.
I'm guessing we can't spin our float on that though.
You can spend the float to keep initiative. Yeah. Have someone else on your team go.
Let's keep it. I like that. Let's keep initiative.
All right. Who on the Gettysburg is going next?
I think Zarkin should launch a probe at it and see what we can find out about it.
Like launch it somewhere over there and see if it like automatically goes over to it, or if it ignores and continues tracking us. See if the fish wants to eat the smaller bait.
All right. This probe isn't going to do anything special. It's just like flashy thing flying through space. A big impulse engine.
It can also scan and do probe things, right?
Yeah, you can do probe things.
Probe stuff.
It's like a howler. It's a howler.
Get a look at the plasma ball.
If you wanted to be a howler, or that would be control of science difficulty E2 to basically have it like draw attention and send up a bunch of false sensor data and make it look like, hey, I'm a ship. I'm totally a ship. You should chase after me. Hi, I'm a distraction. If you just want it on a fire probe out across the system, it would be diff 0.
Let's do a howler.
All right. Control science diff 2.
All right. I'm still doing Sarkin, I assume.
Weapon science. This combination is never rolled.
All right. As we get into position, Borega flashes a thumbs up to Sarkin. Sarkin looks back very confused, raises his thumb in reaction, kind of like quizzically. Borega gives him a nod and a wink. And Sarkin is going to spend 2 momentum and a threat to get to 4. Sensor operations as his focus.
Aye.
Rock and roll.
Jeez.
Goodness.
I've been trained in sensor operations by Sorel.
That's right.
4 momentum generated. As you carefully recalibrate this torpedo to be a howler and draw attention away, with a sudden jolt out the Gettysburg spits out this howling being torpedo as a bright ball of light arcs across the solar system. Are you gonna hit it like directly at the plasma ball, or just kind of like across our bow?
Yeah, I would say in a tangent line.
Tangent line to it? Yeah, we could do that.
Yep.
Sure, let's probe. Arc towards Tanner's line. You don't know if it has reacted yet, but you are within a close range of the. You are within close range of the plasma ball. If you want to ask some questions about it, you can.
Yeah. What sensor data are we getting about this plasma ball?
Without any spends, and it's not quite a discrete plasma ball. It is thousands, tens of thousands of small, like basketball size balls of plasma and streamers of plasma just arcing around this field of space. It's at very, very fast speeds. It's almost blindingly fast.
When does the power level register at?
I can answer that for a momentum.
Yes.
It is 3 gigawatts, so 3 power points. 3 power points from a warp core.
That's a lot.
How large is the entire cloud?
It covers long range from the epicenter.
So, what, several thousand kilometers?
Like tens of thousands of kilometers. There's tens of thousands, slightly under, or 100,000. So,
Pretty big.
It's pretty big. It's about it's under half the distance between Earth to the Moon, but still. Let me adjust the size here. So there we go.
What speed is it moving at?
I can answer that for 1 momentum.
Yes.
Full impulse.
Full impulse. Okay.
So 1/4 of the speed of light.
Is there anything in the center of it that, other than, is there just all plasma?
You for 2 momentum, and you might be able to resolve what's in the center.
Yeah, I'm gonna spend it.
It is very difficult to see Ian there, as there's a swirling, chaotic mess of energies and mass just flinging around all over the place. But look into the center of the cloud, and with the same strobing in pattern of lights on top of it. Change that. Find. And that is back.
Here's a question mark cruiser.
Question mark cruiser.
There's a manta ray cruiser.
A manta ray looking ship, and it has as a similarly scintillating in style of flashing lights like strobing all over it. It's cloaking itself within a disco ball by acting like a disco ball.
I was about to say, this is kind of a fabulous ship here. I'm appreciating it. It flies in style.
Kind of epic.
All right. Known registry.
No, you have no idea. This is an unknown class of vessel, unknown make, unknown model. She doesn't have a transponder on.
Relative scale?
1 momentum.
Yep.
She is scale 4.
Scale 4.
Interesting.
Interesting.
For 1 momentum, I can reveal other information.
Okay.
She is also at red alert. Shields up, weapons armed.
Gotcha.
Intercept course.
Does it have any like design similarities to any standard ships that we may know? Betazoid, primarily, I guess.
I would assume
No.
those are in our registry, yeah.
You would recognize as if this was as even a Beta Z derived ship or Federation
Gotcha,
derived.
Copy. Wanted to
This
be
is
sure.
completely alien.
Okay.
Okay.
Zarkin will tell Commander Vinix, there's a vessel inside there, Captain. It's at red alert and its shields are up.
Thank you, Mr. Zarkin.
Would you like to do swift task and try something else?
It would probably be a good idea to advise the Stavanger of what's going on here.
Yep.
You could just do that for a momentum. Just send forward a report.
Okay. Sure. We'll let them know about the status of the Callisto and the plasma thing and the ship.
Stavanger are hanging outside the cloud. How would you get very hurried reports about the current situation?
Okay. I'm going to put science and engineering on finding a way to, prevent the overwhelming of our sensors by highly charged plasma.
You can certainly do that, but I have to wait a turn.
Yeah, that's fine.
Alright, how far away are you guys? Six. Goodness. 6, 7, 8. You are really far away. So
Let's keep it that way.
rush. Two. Two. And that's my turn. Yeah, you're still out. You are still way out of my weapons way. 3, and then you have yeah, that's my turn. Player's turn.
Okay. Mr. Riga, keep us out of that thing's reach.
Aye, Captain. Orega cracks his knuckles and starts inputting.
Rega has already gone this round.
The intention is that FedEx is moving them as he is commanding
Yeah.
us with the special.
Yeah, I'll make it a
direct.
direct, yes. Thank you.
All right. Turn con, diff 1, engines con, assisted by your presence command.
3 momentum, or three threat for 4. Helm control as the focus.
Mm-hmm.
Skedaddling, Captain.
Got 3 momentum off that.
Very good.
Move.
I've engaged
Yeah,
the skedaddle. Would you like to hightail it, sir?
yeah. You move 2 zones at full impulse, and keep the evasive maneuvers.
Yeah, skedaddle is fine. We're not ready to hightail yet.
I'm ready for the hightail. Okay.
So closer, so you can shoot this thing, right?
Oh boy.
No, we want to stay at arm's length away from it.
So up here,
Yes.
as keeping the erratic trajectory you had before, or you floor it. The Gettysburg roars or to life and starts tearing across space at full impulse. Everyone's kind of thrown into the seat as she eagerly he starts running.
I'd like to see if we can open up the channels of this ship. Maybe we can try and talk to them.
2 momentum, you can swift task and certainly try.
Yes, please.
Presence command. Let's see. Red alert. Check the other traits. Presence command difficulty 2.
Okay. Go ahead and take a threat.
Oh, and communications command from the Gettysburg.
Crap.
Uh-oh.
I cannot roll this many 20s to save my life on
That's
Friday.
crazy, yeah.
Alright, I don't have bolt command. But you know what? I'm going to use determination to the value of explore, learn, and report.
Yeah, I think that classifies here instead of being super aggressive. You're trying to like open up dialogue and talk to them and find out more of what's going on. You're taking this from a very curious perspective, and even though presence is not exactly your best thing, you're trying to keep in mind that as an opportunity to learn from others. So with that, at determination spend, you may re-roll those evils.
Okay. Are you kidding me?
Wow. That's insane. You're on a roll.
The wrong kind of roll.
Yeah.
Communications command from the Gettysburg, at least.
Yeah.
Alright, come on, Gettysburg. Give me some momentum.
So you got to you generate for this, so you can crash that.
Yeah, I'll quash that.
You're not quite sure how to open channels and ask who are you and what you're doing without sounding like accusatory or threatening, but you kind of work your way around it by taking a breath
Alien
and going.
ship. What is your intention?
You get a reply. Let's see. Okay. This way with the voice. My intention is to purge you from the deep.
That's kind of weird.
Well, that's not friendly.
Right, yeah.
Why do you wish to fight us?
Is it fighting to remove a disease from the body, or is it self-defense?
Ouch.
What a loser, huh? This guy's cringe. Let's kill him.
Why do you consider it
Problematic.
disease?
You stare upon the stars without the reverence required to understand them.
And what makes you arbiter of this?
Not like a great role model for people looking at the stars. Every time they do, you want to kill them for it.
Orega looks back, whispers, "That sounded like bullshit to me, Captain."
I can smell it too, Boega.
Does he reply? Or...
He does not reply.
Interesting.
Tactical arm quantums.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, all right. Enix is gone. Anyone else on the Gettysburg? Eric, want to keep initiative and try something else?
Just me and Guy.
Bo's
left.
gone. Zarkin's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't gone yet, but we don't have momentum.
Do you think engineering could give us some type of advantage against this plasma stuff?
Maybe.
I had an interesting thought in that we can they don't have very good visual range because they're in this cloud, so they're probably tracking us just on sensors. So we can find some way to lower our sensor output. Maybe the same thing that they're using to blind themselves would also blind someone else, would also blind them to finding us if we can make our sensor output lower.
I like it. Let's give it a try. Rig for silent running.
All right. Two threat or threat momentum, and to keep that.
I guess.
Let's go with with threat. I got that.
Two threat for Veth. All right.
Yeah.
And silent running. Normally
Not
it's a
something
talent,
we
but
really
we
set up
will.
to be doing.
Yeah, we'll fudge this. Control, engineering.
Is there any way I can use intelligence officer to?
You can use your intelligence officer advantage to help with this.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right.
What report have you read to help us in silent running?
Yeah, someone's done a similar
Yeah.
trick before. At some point in Starfleet's long and sordid history.
Yeah.
So it was some Klingon battle. They're both fighting each other, a couple ships, and Cloak was down, but they used a sensor trick to not appear on sensors. So they can still punch back.
All right. This would have been if 4, or because the Gettysburg has such a high power to mass ratio, but thanks to Guy's advice, you're able to compensate for some of that. So it's control engineering difficulty 3, as you're going to pull all the extra power you. all the extra power you have and dump it into heat sinks.
Okay. Then power systems as a focus.
Absolutely.
Is there a way to turn down the music just a hair?
Yeah, you can also control the music on your end from the cog. Should be a like personal
Yeah,
volume.
I tried that. I've got it down there, but it doesn't seem to make a difference.
Okay.
And you could have a threat. And onwards. Going fishing. Yeah,
Nice. And then engines
Now-
engineering from the Gettysburg.
I think we got it.
I think you got it, and as well, 2 momentum generated as Beth. What does this look like in the cramped engineering of the Gettysburg?
It looks like Beth is multiple people at once is how quickly he is working.
You're just running from one console to another, tapping something on
Yeah.
it, and moving another console, pulling a lever, or tapping something else. You have like 3 other people in the engineering with you, and you're just pointing at them. Grab that thing!
I'm gonna spend 2 to have a way to shunt power into necessary systems should the need arise. So that I don't have to do a whole big mess of things in order to get the power to where it needs to be when we actually need it.
Trying to think how that would work. So like I can advantage that you can and restore the power really quickly if needed.
Yeah.
Okay. Easy enough. So where in this tiny ship are you storing all this extra heat?
Let's go with the cargo compartments, since those would be the emptiest area.
As you're just hotboxing the cargo, so
Yeah.
the cargo base.
Yeah. Yeah. Nobody
Nice.
would be in there at this time, and if they were in there, they would be ordered out of there as just before the heat starts getting.
You're technically at red alert, so no one should be in the cargo base. That's not a
Yeah.
combat position.
Yeah. And it's also the easiest vented part of the ship.
As we cut to the as we cut through the decks and we see the cargo bays and the racks and racks of blue barrels, and we start getting a heat shimmer from the vents, and it's appearing in the room.
Nice.
All right, I've done that. Can't move again. Can I shoot from this range? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That ain't happening. Yeah, they appear to be unable to fire. Did hide yourself. I don't like that. So I'm gonna I can certainly try sensors. Where's that room? Still there. What do? You've put me in a pickle.
Huzzah!
How about talking like a civilized human being?
I
Who said they were humans?
Well, whatever they are.
You're not even human.
It's a colloquialism.
Even your very language is specious, is human rights inalienable.
The only human on the senior staff is Smith.
Goodness. All right, so
Survival
that's
is the most
guiding me
human.
there. That's and I absolutely can't shoot you from this range. How about something from here?
Nice. Beautiful. Good job, team.
Good job,
Well done,
team.
everybody.
So now they're completely flummoxed. We flummoxed them.
They
Tell 'em
indeed
then.
are flummoxed. What? Sure, rousing speech.
We may have lost them, friends, but I don't know. We're pretty cool, though.
Shall purge the heretics.
Oh god, they're space marines.
Yeah.
Laugh.
Tell them to knock it off before Big Daddy comes into the system.
We need the orcs.
Oh, dude,
Where
Why
are
is
the
that-
orcs?
they totally do like hyper worship Slanesh. Like these guys are just freaks.
During two threat. Nothing else I can do. I think that's everyone on from your side. Stavanger, did you want to react to any of this, or are you just gonna hang outside?
Yes, I would like to create a countermeasure for
I
that.
I have a question.
That's right.
The intelligence officer use, did that use my turn?
That did not use your
It's
turn.
technically- Okay, yeah, because it's without requiring a task or spending any resources. So I still have a turn, yeah?
Yes.
Copy. I would just like to the probe is still actively kind of scanning. Is that still accurate, or it did have accurate scans of the ship?
There's no reason it couldn't keep up. Yeah, you still have the probe
Okay.
available.
Yeah, I just want to use the probe to try to find like a weak point on the vessel. See if there's a structural weakness, or to see if there's something that is emanating this aura from it specifically. You know what I mean?
You can try. It's gonna be quite difficult. Oh, no, though.
It's all right.
Reason. With those specific questions, you're like trying to find a weak point. For this, I'll take security or engineering.
I'll do security. So you said insight security?
Reasons in security and difficulty 3 assisted by sensors.
Copy. Focus and investigation, yes.
Yes.
I would like to use the value of all problems have multiple solutions.
I can see that working
Alright.
here. You're trying to find some ways around fighting this ship.
Yeah. Yep. All right, cool. And then I'll give you a threat for the third die. Or shit, I'm getting my wires crossed with 2E.
A 2 threat. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Right. Because there's a +2. Okay. Copy. Oops, that did not work right, but there we go. The +2 was not.
You got 3,
active.
and then the. All right, so gain a momentum.
Mhm.
You see through the haze of this high energetic cloud, and you kind of do a sweep of their ship. They don't have good sensors. In fact, they barely have sensors.
Nice. Okay.
So with that system and this plasma cloud that they're generating, they're flying blind, pretty much.
Yeah, they're completely
They're-
guessing. Yeah.
They probably have very little or no idea what's going on, or they're using some other system to track you guys. But yeah, their sensor systems are for comparison. They have a sensor or system of 6. There's shuttlecraft with better sensors than this entire cruiser.
They're pretty rough. Okay, copy.
So Rel's gonna get this information later. He's just gonna cringe at them.
All right, cool. So I'll pass.
And
that.
the plasma cloud is actively blinding them as much as it's blinding you.
Gotcha. Okay. I surmised that. Is it coming from anywhere specifically on their ship? Can we tell or no? It's just kind of emanating from it.
One momentum.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, it's just emanating from like dozens of different ports and systems along the hull. It is like purpose built from the ground up to generate this field.
Gotcha. So it is purposely made to emit this cloud. Cool. I'll pass that on to Venix so that we're all on the same page that this thing sucks at seeing. So we should be able to just blast it. And as long as we move quick, it probably won't even know where it's getting shot at from. Yeah, it's more blind than we are, so.
Okay.
Nice.
I don't know if I want to be the one to open fire first, but I'm wondering if there's something we can do about that plasma emission system.
Mm-hmm.
You are correct, X. They kind of taken hostile action, but they haven't opened fire yet, and so you wouldn't quite be in the clear here to return fire.
Yeah, so it goes to the stop.
Can I hear return fire? Return fire!
No. Down.
Whatever you say, sir. Yeah.
Down.
Gettysburg is ready. She has like 18 target slots on this thing.
Yeah. But I think it shifts to the Stavanger now, since that was everybody.
In fact, you know what? I like that. Spending 2 threat. Gettysburg computer is locked on and hyper focused on shooting this ship.
It's unfortunate that nobody can understand her.
Boy, let me at him. Let me.
Yeah, the computer is just dedicating a bunch of resources towards killing this thing. Target lock, torpedo vectors, or just rebounding power to the phasers. Everything's just dedicated to this.
Gettysburg is a ride or die, confirmed?
Yes.
Gettysburg is very dangerous.
Ride or die.
Gettysburg is ride or die. So 2 threat for the trait bloodlust on the Gettysburg.
Yeah, I was gonna say 100%.
Just to Stavanger, yes.
Yeah. So Stavanger can do things. Yes.
Okay. Now, given everything, Stavanger's going in.
You're jumping in?
Jumping in.
All right. What? Presence command. Diff 1. Engines con.
Okay, team dynamics has a focus.
Yep.
Oh yeah,
Let's see.
stupid heretic ship. Well, my dad works for Nintendo.
Let's make this. Let's see. War veteran as a trait.
Absolutely, Diff 0. You're.
Yeah.
This isn't the first time you jumped into a hostile situation.
Yep. And you can have a threat. Also, point of order, we are red alert.
Thank you for that. And engines con. 5 momentum. Well, Captain, what do we see? As the camera switches over to the bridge of the Stavanger.
Alright, Captain is standing in the middle of the bridge in front of a few feet from his seat. Han, I want us in that storm now. I don't like this plasma field surrounding an unknown vessel. Get us in there now.
As Stavanger flicks to red alert, klaxons on blare, weapons come online, and everyone and buckles into their seats as the Stavanger leaps through the cloud at high warp. Anywhere on this edge of the map you can appear.
Let's put our one zone this way.
All right. Stavanger has
Yeah.
entered the field.
I'm going to hail the unknown vessel.
All right. 2 momentum swift task, and then
Yep.
presence command. Diff 3.
Okay. Diplomacy as a focus.
Yes.
Diplomat as a trait from Smith.
Diff 2.
And olive branch from the Stavanger.
Olive branch does not apply in this situation.
Renown wouldn't apply because the ship wouldn't know us, so...
Nope.
Alright.
And then communications.
I'll deal with the dip one. That's fine.
It's not a diff 1.
You can have it. You can have a threat. Onwards and downwards. Avengers. Doctor really wants me to talk.
She is the olive branch. As the communications exchange just spiral in. Stavanger warps in and weapons armed, and just kind of like taps at the butt of her rifle against the enemy ship, like, "Hey, we need to talk here."
Unknown vessel. This is Captain Jonathan Smith of the USS Stavanger. You will deactivate any offensive weaponry you have on that ship, stand down, and proceed to discuss this within the bounds of civilized discourse. Or you can play around and find out what happens when you piss off a very old, very jaded captain.
So the heresy runs deep in this sector.
Are you willing to talk, or is this a declaration of intent to cause further harm to Starfleet vessels, as well as their allies within the Klingon Empire?
Starfleet? Starfleet? How dare you!
If you have umbrage with what we are called, you will have to go back several hundred years in order to rectify that naming, that nomenclature.
Cuts off the channel. I didn't even see that one before, but yeah, the name is heretical. Goodness.
Yeah. Let's keep and have our tackle officer fire on them.
Yes, chat. That's kind of what I was going for. I know.
Full spread of quantums in the direction of that vessel.
Okay. Who on the Stavanger is doing that? Mateo?
I think at the yeah.
Okay, so
Whoever wants to grab him.
Reese. Extreme range. Control. Security. This is extreme. Extreme range. And then that. It's a hell of a shot, but you're feeling cocky. And for full spread, I'll take 3 threat.
Yep.
Who's doing the roll on this?
I can do it. I'll take
Nice.
Ensign Valor. She's a tactical officer.
Go for it.
All right. Ooh, did 5.
Mhm.
Yeah,
She,
you're
Focus
you're
yet?
you're pretty far away, and it's really hard to discern her through her plasma cloud.
She has
Okay.
focuses that do apply for this. She has
Yeah.
a value, but giving her a different one for this situation could be useful. And she has precision targeting.
Pretty good.
All right, we have focus in shipboard tactical, or strategy and tactics, if you will.
I'll take support or tactical.
Let's see, precision targeting. That's if we attack a specific system.
Which system would you like to target?
Can't we target that system that's generating that plasma cloud?
It is coming from their structure system, and you can. I don't think the Gettysburg has fast targeting systems, so that brings the difficulty up to diff 6.
We're
But
not
we're shooting
doing
from the
any
Stavanger, right?
targets to Stavanger. Stavanger won't have it either.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so we'll stick with just a regular shot then.
All right, regular shot.
All right. Oof. Go ahead and take 3 threat and 1 momentum.
Are you spending for a value? 3 threat.
I beg your pardon?
Did you
We're
mean?
spending towards a value.
Yeah, your math's gonna add up. Three
Yeah.
threat and 3 momentum.
Well, no, 1 momentum and then
The rest in threat?
5 threat. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely hit it. Yeah, we could do better. Let's re-roll those 3.
One momentum, reroll. Also, did you get the extra one for the full spread?
Oh no, I didn't put an
All right,
actual
just roll one more. Go ahead and re-roll it because as you would scoop that with the
Okay.
other zeros.
in.
Oofda! All right. So 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage. Yes, absolutely going to use this. As the Stavanger glares down at the enemy ship, absolutely defiant and causing threat to her and her crew. She spits out a flurry of bright blue balls as quantum torpedoes arc through space towards this thing. However, let's see. Which one is it? However, as they're flying over, some of the torpedoes those are intercepted by the flying plasma balls within the field. I'm rolling challenge dice. And they will miss.
Ah,
What? Screw it. You can reroll, I can reroll.
it's not nice.
-2 damage, so only 8 damage instead of the torpedoes. Those go through as plasma balls intercept and explode one of the quantum torpedoes out of range. 8 damage. Okay. So our max is 11. And you did X amount of damage. Torpedoes. Those hit. Shields flare. Appears to be a no lasting damage. No breach.
Well, then we're going to Pierce.
How much would actually pierce? They have 4 resistance.
Let's punch through the resistance.
Yep.
2, 4. Another 4.
I'm gonna send a message. It's going to hurt.
As torpedoes punch through, and within the swirling plasma cloud, there's another explosion. That's a hit.
Nice.
Oh no! It
What?
really had to hit that.
Is it
Oh.
good for us?
It is very good for you. It hit their sensors.
Yeah.
Yay! They are completely blind now.
Alright.
Their sensors were nerfed. Now we blinded them.
Sensors breach 1. Structure breach 1. Lovely. I suppose structure. All right. No casualties. All right.
Yeah, that
you wanna
was
fire
me
again?
and Keith. Yes.
2 momentum swift task.
Yes.
I will note that swift task would be the same difficulty +1, so it'd be difficulty 6.
Okay. I'd say this time spend the value.
Yeah, I mean, whoever shot, that's not a bad choice.
I'll leave it up to you if you really want to make that shot.
That's a tough one.
That's a tough
Who
one.
gave this value to Vavor? For my friends, everything. For my enemies, the boot.
Yes, we hit them with quantums through a plasma field.
Ah, so the plasma field doesn't stop projectiles.
It
That's
can
unfortunate
stop.
for them.
It can stop. It only stopped 2 of them the last time we hit them.
I guess that's the advantage of a spread, I suppose.
Yes. We're doing it again.
Amazing.
Okay.
Good
We're
luck.
getting momentum, huh?
Yeah, you
Alright.
spent 2 momentum to swift task.
Okay. I guess take this sullen threat then.
Do you want to spend a determination?
Oh, sure. Might as well.
To what value?
Well, my only value is for my friends, everything, for my enemies, the boot.
You threw one boot at them. You're picking up to throw the other one, so I'll
That's
take
pretty
it.
funny. Who did that? That's a funny one.
Yeah.
I don't know. Who was the last person to Claire? That was ages
No
ago.
idea.
I don't think I've ever touched Valor.
That sounds like something you or Sorrel would say.
I mean, I was just about to hop on to say I'm not going to claim it, but it does kind of sound like me.
Yeah.
It wasn't me. I know that much.
Yeah, it wasn't me.
Everybody's saying no, so
Sounds like
default
Sorrel.
it goes to Sorrel.
Yeah.
Probably Sorrel.
I'll take it.
All right. Plus 2 to hit. Rolling 4 dice.
Okay.
Fire and ready.
So take the threat for 4 dice there, and
And I also need my 3 threats for another full spread.
Yeah.
okay.
This isn't gonna turn bad at all. Got him. You got him. 4,
Yeah.
5, 6, 7. Gain 1 momentum, so you have that damage reroll.
I think we're gonna put that one into Pierce though.
All right. So 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
As much fun as it is to reroll that 1-0, I think Pierce is a bit more important.
Torpedo spread and away. Let's see how much the plasma shield stops. All right, I might need
Did
you.
it stop none of them?
It stopped at 0.
Oh my goodness!
Oh my god.
Amazing.
Rolled twice, all zeros. All the torpedoes hit the ship.
Suck it.
All right, so that's 10 damage. Edge. -4 resistance, 6 plus 2 for the piercing. Let's pull that.
The message is being sent.
Yeah, that is 8 damage. As torpedoes impact, there's a bright flare within the bright plasma field, and then secondary explosions as their shields collapse.
Hooray!
1 breach, 2 breach, 3 breach. Oh shoot!
Yes.
That took down
Yes.
another breach of sensors.
Oh my goodness.
They are really blinded now.
All right. We'll take that to the top of the rounds. And now I get to fight back.
Oh, I guess we get to see what
Yeah.
kind of weapons they have.
They get to fight back with penalties because their sensors now have 2 breaches on them.
Oh,
Yep.
right.
And they were
So I
kind of
can't.
blinding themselves anyways.
Oh yeah. They were blinded by their plasma,
Yeah.
and now they
So
can
I'm gonna
actually
do
notice.
this to try to work around those breaches. Let's see. Starship Task Force that. All right. This is difficulty 3. I absolutely need this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And let's see, that is going to be engineering. What system would that be?
Wow.
Don't know why those are red. One of them's not red. I'll quash it. Quash it and then generate and 2 on top of that as he shakes off the as she shakes off one of her breaches. 22 swift task and 3, 1, 2, 3 as she's arming her own torpedoes.
Fancy. I like seeing the cool stuff the other guys have.
Alright, so difficulty 4, weapon security, or things like that.
That's my best.
5, 6. I got the 4.
Oh no. What kind of torpedoes are these? Those sound like
You're,
quantum.
it's the same sound effect for our ultra torpedoes, but
Oh, okay. We're gonna find out when they detonate on our shield? Is that what you're saying?
yep,
Oh, positron.
They're firing data at us.
Ooh.
positron torpedoes.
Firing what? Positron torpedoes?
Torpedo, yeah.
Pretty dope.
It's like a fistful of
The
data.
fetch is a positron torpedo.
It's a torpedo that uses positron.
Just say all right.
Oh, positrons have particle.
4, 5, 6, 7,
It's called the positronic brain. Is what a
9,
positron is based off of, and that uses
and then-
those particles. It's like a quantum computer.
4 effects.
I just don't remember what a positron does. It's off my head.
All right, 9 damage. It arcs out from the plasma cloud and impacts on the Stavanger. What's your resistance?
7.
Wait, so they can fire out of the plasma bubble, but you can't fire in?
No, we.
Yeah, they made it. They can control it.
Oh,
Oh
so they
yeah,
turn it off for a little bit, turn it back on.
Isn't a positron just the opposite of an electron?
yes it is.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's antimatter, but it's just, I don't know.
Right.
It's a technobabble they use.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, we have 7 resistance.
they have
they
any
get 2 damage.
special effects?
They
The
do have
special
special
effects
Like a
are-
regular
effects.
photon torpedo?
They do have
Special
special
effects,
effects.
They're not
but-
good enough to fight the Stavanger. Like,
All right. So 7 resistance,
Mhm.
5, 3, 1 resistance.
Rude.
Hey, you did it to me. I can do it back. So 8 damage. 8 splashes against the Stavanger.
We're fine.
Uh,
We still got
wait, do
shields.
these things not have high yield?
womp womp.
Doesn't say they have high yield.
Let me double check that. It's just like Euro. It's from Utopia Planitia.
forget what positron torpedoes do. I actually looked at those in the ship maker a little bit ago. Template.
They do not have high yield. Okay.
Interesting.
Oh, that's good. So, what do these fancy schmancy torpedoes do then?
Alright,
Yeah,
minus.
What are you doing to cast a ship?
Alright, so that's minus 8. 2 shields. I'm gonna spend 2 more. Collapse your shields. I
Oh,
can
no.
get breaches. I can
That's
get breaches
probably-
other ways.
Collapse our shields.
As
I was going to ask the same thing. How did we get there?
I did 8 damage to you. You had have 10 shields total. I spent 2 more or threat to do 2 extra damage.
I think we have 10 shields total.
Yeah, I spent for piercing to get it down to 1 resistance. So I did it 8 out of 9 damage.
We have advanced shields.
I was like, don't we have way
Oh.
more than... We
Yeah.
have a lot, right?
Oh,
We have way
shoot.
more than that.
We have 18, don't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did that not
I
calculate on
don't
it?
know how you
That-
would have.
Oh, that didn't calculate on here. Shoot.
Yeah.
I was say, we're some thick boys. We're absolute
Yeah.
chonkers over
On
here.
on the sheet for deployed, it still has I still would have had 10 shields left. So there was no way you could have collapsed them that quickly.
All right.
Maybe we're missing something, which is totally
Yeah,
valid.
you were missing something. So, all right. I do a total 10 damage then.
Okay.
Copy.
We still have shields.
All right, fine. Take it.
That's like half our shields in one go. Jeez.
More than half.
And minus 4 power, as the positrons cancel out your
man.
power systems.
That's fun.
Because they cancel out electrons.
Yep.
It's cool though.
Sure.
And that is a breach to structure.
You did want action. Oh no. Not again.
Rolling my challenge dice.
Nobody.
Nobody's hurt.
Major. Hooray!
But I
You
think
started
it's,
saying that after the roll.
I think it's a good time for the Gettysburg.
If he rolls an effect.
Yeah.
It's
It
probably-
would be the Gettysburg turn next.
Good time for the Gettysburg to say howdy with those cannons, right?
Or follow the
It would be,
Stavanger
as the ship it has inspired on the Stavanger or busted down some of the shields and left cracks along the saucer as these positronic torpedoes burrow into the veins of the vessel and bleed some of the power out.
I think it would still be best case scenario using torpedoes on this ship. We don't
Yeah.
know what the phasers would be able to do. Through
I
that
want you to know
possible
how much anxiety you are giving the engineer right now.
Stop blowing holes in my ship.
Oh, no.
We're fine.
Stop blowing holes.
There's one hole. It just so happens to be over three's quarters.
That is still one too many holes.
All right, who's next? It is player's turn. As I've spent a bunch of threat already.
Quick, can
Well, can the
we
scavenger
get a
take a
sit
shot?
rep on
Scavenger's
what's
already
going
done
on right now?
What's going
Um,
on right now is that you came into the system. The Callisto is hiding out near a gas giant. Clearly already been in a fight, but she's still up. She just has like a broken arm and a couple loose teeth, and she was just hiding out repairing herself. And an alien vessel was hanging around on the M-class planet, and upon an approach, the alien vessel went to red alert and started making a beeline to the Gettysburg, yelling about heretics and how dare you, and I'll blow you out of the stars. and
Did
hearing all
they exterminatus the colony?
No.
does not appear
Okay, good.
that they've
They're
exterminated a colony.
There's double what we thought was going to be on the colony at 10,000. But they're all still alive.
Yeah.
So now the Gettysburg.
It's a group of Betazoid people that left Beta Z after the Dominion War because they were using telepathy to like completely kill Jem'Hadar and break them and tell them to go die.
Ah.
Beta Z said, "Don't do that," and
Alright.
this group said, "No, we will, but we'll do it somewhere else," and so they left.
Yeah, there's a lot of story.
Don't tell me your grandmother was here.
So in terms of what's going on, the Gettysburg is able to fire now.
Yeah, give them a howdy hey there.
If you're gonna
Okay,
use
so-
cannons, and that's a close range weapon, so you're gonna have to get close.
No, we're definitely not getting
yeah, we're
into
just
that.
Yeah,
range of
Guy
that
wants the
stuff.
cannons. Then already armed.
Oh, I
one.
thought it was better than close range, but yeah, do the
Yeah.
Question. What happened to the Vorcha?
Don't know.
no,
Vortra has not appeared.
Oh,
maybe cloaked, maybe
well,
dead.
hopefully
Who
we're
knows?
fine.
Yep.
Huh.
We would have gotten debris from the scans. There wasn't any.
Okay. So we didn't find the debris, so they're probably cloaked. Sweet.
All right, let's hit them with our own quantums.
With the Gettysburg.
Yes.
All right. You're still in evasive maneuver, so that's going to increase the difficulty of your task unless you want to have Bo Rega go first and go into attack pattern and close the range.
I was gonna say I gave him. He has good talents now for this. He's got flyby, right? So when he swift tasks, he doesn't increase the difficulty of the second task. So he can
Oh, sweet.
do a flyby, get close, and then swift task to fire, and with no increased difficulty.
That is certainly a possibility. Would you like to do that, Rega?
Oh, that
I
was
don't want to
Sorrel.
get. I don't want to get closer to this thing. Let's just stop evasive, go into attack, and then we'll shoot.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Who's rolling for Rega? Was that Sorrel?
Sorrel's doing that.
Oh yeah.
Can you step away? Okay.
He stepped away. Venix, go ahead and pick up Bo Rega.
Okay.
Daring Con Diff 1. Actually, Diff 0. The Gettysburg is helping. You're doing an attack pattern? I'll absolutely help you with that. Let's go. Let's go.
Bloodlust, yeah.
All
I
right.
love our murderous computer.
Focus in helm control or flight control.
Yes.
Okay.
And I just realized I spent threat for a complication, and now it's biting me in the butt.
All right, you just got it.
You just got it. Oh. Generate 1 momentum. I'm assuming 1 zone closer and attack pattern.
Yes.
As after doing a flying lazy loop around the outer edge of this combat, Bo Rega turns the ship around. The Gettysburg skids its fishtails a little bit and just starts roaring towards the target. Teeth bared and everything.
I love Gettysburg.
1, 2.
The heretics are approaching us.
Right.
Still at long range, but you do have that attack pattern on you.
Who was doing our tactical officer on the Gettysburg? Was that you, Smith?
I was only playing Beth at the moment.
Who was doing?
Who were we
Smith,
rolling for that?
Smith, you can pick up a rail.
Real?
Okay.
What weapon are you using?
As per last order of NX, quantums.
Yeah, quantum. Yeah.
All right. All right. One threat for quantum. Are we doing full spread?
Yeah.
Yes, full spread.
Fear of God. 3 threat generated.
One more time with feeling.
Exactly.
All right. That is.
Our dad, the
Close.
Stavanger, is here. We must impress.
1, 2,
Watch what we can do.
2, 3.
I'm pretty
So-
sure the Gettysburg and the Stavanger, given that they're both a little murderous, probably have some sort of rivalry. Where it's like,
Oh,
who can kill more
interesting.
things.
Doubly so
That's-
since the Gettysburg has actually done more damage than the Stavanger.
All right. So. Right, medium. Long. All right. So, extreme range to 4. In the plasma cloud to 5. Attack pattern to 4. Blood rage. The computer's really helping you because you're doing an offensive action to 3.
Hang on, is our trait called Blood Rage?
Yes. The ship has a trait blood rage. So if you do any offensive action, it's -1. If you do if you do anything not aggressive action, it's +1 difficulty as the ship's literally fighting you. No, let me kill, damn it.
Amazing.
I love the Gettysburg so much.
Mistakes are made. I've made a tactical error.
Our ship's computer has the personality of a Klingon.
A Klingon probably helped design it.
Are you sure the computer isn't worshipping corn?
Might be. Blood for the blood god. Skulls for the skull throne.
Skulls for the skull throne. And milk for the cornflakes.
True. I always feel about them.
All right, control security diff 3.
Get him.
Who's
Okay.
rolling for? Yeah.
Starship tactics as a focus.
Yep.
And you can have a threat. And onwards.
And weapon security from the Gettysburg.
And gonna reroll that 0.
Hold security.
Yep.
Nice.
And got it.
Beautiful.
That looks like a hit. As the Gettysburg air comes roaring in, and throws a fistful of quantum torpedoes as at this poor defenseless as ship. Oh, she's not defenseless.
Well, she doesn't have regular shield, but she's got her plasma dome up
She-
still,
She
right?
had shields.
I want.
She either doesn't
Oh,
have any
oh,
shields, or they are gone because of the Stavanger's 2 full spreads.
Yep. I want.
Oh,
You know what?
If this impacts bear hole, that's gonna hurt.
Yes, lots
I
of
rolled four effects.
Yeah, I noticed.
I'm telling the people who
Shoot.
can't see.
Shoot.
Delicious.
I'm saying that I can spend threat before I roll the cover dice to add more cover dice.
Valid.
All zeros.
Fair
all
enough.
zeros. All zeros. Aw.
3 zeros.
It's okay. We want something left.
Right.
I was blocking so many of them.
We need a couple survivors.
All right.
Intensify forward firepower. It's too.
It's too late. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 damage.
Ouch!
Oh my
And
god.
then I
That
have
sucks.
cover 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 cover.
I mean, that's still hitting their hull, though, isn't it?
It's
It
not doing
is.
5 or more.
And then 4 resistance from the ship. Oh wait, I have a structure. No, it's just 1 structure breach. I'm still good. And 4 resist, so that is 12 resistance.
And we have
The
momentum.
plasma shield, it'll choose up a bunch of the torpedoes, and the last spare torpedo hits the hull, splashes off, and does no damage.
What?
Okay.
How'd they get
You do have a
eight
momentum.
So
You
They
do have a
rolled
momentum.
really well. I don't know what we could do with the momentum.
would
Other
piercing
than-
help?
No.
It would.
Would it?
Bypass
Yeah.
the
That would
resistance.
still
right?
that would give us 1 damage.
On bare hull.
Yeah.
Better
okay.
than nothing. That's a breach.
Yeah.
That's a breach.
Yeah.
Get him.
But just barely, little bit. This plasma field swarms arms in swirls, trying to chew up this devastating plasma and spread. And the plasma spheres are intercepting and blowing up the quantum torpedoes in a flurry of fire. One last torpedo gets in, and plasma sphere nicks it on the end, and interrupting her guidance system as the torpedo just starts doing a dead tumble into the ship. It impacts. Boom! Explosion. You got yourself a hit. That is a hit
What
to
do we
her.
hit?
That is a hit to her engines.
Okay. So, question about this this plasma shield that they have. Is it just a bubble of plasma?
It is a field of plasma.
It's a swarm of plasma starlets and streamers.
They're basketball-sized balls of plasma that are blocking this.
Okay. Got it.
It's not a shield.
So
it's
they've got to be like
actual
magnetically
projectile.
controlled, right?
In theory.
Okay. Don't the Borg have a magnetically guided torpedo?
They do. They're a big plasma torpedo.
Could I modify one of our torpedoes to do that?
You would have to leave your station and go to a torpedo bay, but you could.
Ah. Okay.
There's no way you would be able to
I
do
will
that
propose
remotely.
that as an option to the captain. Yeah, I gotta go, like,
You're
plug my tubes in and start, like, messing with stuff.
getting to a torpedo bay would probably be your only action unless you gain momentum.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, it's... Yeah, unless we're keeping
We have no
initiative,
momentum
then
at
I
the
wouldn't be able to
moment.
do
We
it. Anyways,
have
I was
no
just
momentum.
checking to see if that's a thing I could do.
We have no momentum.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even if
Okay.
you go next, we would be able to spend to keep in order for you to actually do it. Or swift pass, rather.
All right. Well, I mean, that's up to you, Captain. This I'm proposing, or 3 proposes it as an option, like a thing that he could go do. But if the captain wants him to remain on, he will remain on station and fly the ship.
What's your call, Captain?
We've been doing well enough with the quantums. We don't know if it would even be effective. I'd rather him stay on the ship so that we can get better maneuvers. Let's stay on the bridge, rather.
Hey, Captain. Better maneuver it is.
All right, Rel,
And I'm
I'll
almost home,
just
so I can actually roll from my sheet in a couple of turns, so we
Yep.
can have some stuff happen.
Rel, L from the Gettysburg. Eric just fired on the enemy ship. Does Rel want a swift task or keep the initiative?
We don't have any momentum.
Yeah.
You could do 2 threat. I'm okay with that.
Of course you are.
Okay, swift pass. Swift pass.
I'm not gonna say no to. I'm not gonna say no to threat.
Valid, yeah.
Swift task, full threat. Full spread.
Swift task, full spread.
Yes.
All right, I'll take my pounded flesh.
Jeez.
I
Jesus.
love how this battle is just a torpedo duel. Like, we're just
Uh-huh.
throwing torpedoes
Yeah.
back and forth with each other.
Yeah,
we haven't fired phasers or any other sort of, like,
We
particle
don't
weapon.
know. We don't know what the plasma would do to phaser fire. We know we can get through with quantums.
Yeah, that's
Probably
fair.
messed up the Callisto pretty good.
Yeah.
I just kind of like this
We still
more,
don't know
like,
how. We still don't know how
missile-esque
exactly.
combat.
The problem is the best weapon for phasers on the Gettysburg is its cannons, and we can't risk getting any closer to the ship because we
Yeah.
don't know how it blinded the Callisto. We just know that an overcharge.
Oh, the Callisto's completely blinded?
They were blinded when they were attacked. They got blinded by an overcharged plasma somehow.
Yeah, we think it was just in range of this thing, and they just had zero idea what was happening.
Yeah. They
So we have
overwhelmed
ranged
their
weapons, we'll
sensors.
use them.
Yeah. We have weapons
Yeah,
that are
pretty much.
effective.
Yeah,
All
fair
right.
enough.
That is gonna bring up to Diff 4 control security.
Okay.
And more threat.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just a single threat. I have Starship Tactics as a focus. Right. Onwards. That. Be a good little ship. Good little ship.
All right,
That's
torpedoes
gonna
away.
roll.
Torpedoes away. Roll that beautiful damage.
Yeah, unfortunately there's no momentum. So what happens. That's that's not as much damage as I would have hoped for.
What did we get?
10.
10?
10.
And I got 10, and as the plasma shield, it will intercept the torpedo spread.
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm wondering if maybe phasers would be harder for this thing to intercept.
That is a hypothesis.
We
All
have
right.
to get much closer, right? Putting us in the field.
Rel has gone twice. Do
How much damage did we get on it?
None.
it cancels out.
Everything. Wow.
Yeah,
The plasma shield,
knocked out everything.
the plasma field, it'll chew through the entire torpedo spread. Although it looks like she is the enemy ship is fighting to stay alive and throwing everything it can to stop those torpedo spreads. I mean, look how much threat I'm spending to keep this thing alive.
Yeah, to keep it existing. Yeah. So just split focus, make sure we're not going to get caught in the field at the same time with our locations.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's just go with phaser arrays next time. That's a medium range, so.
All right. Do you want to keep initiative or let it pass?
I think we probably held on to it long enough.
Oh yeah, you did hold onto it. Okay.
Yeah.
So, first thing that happens.
They surrender.
Oh.
Friends!
Friends!
Let's go!
They
The
will wait for
IKS
their
co-
opportunity.
Yeah.
The IKS Causeway decloaks. Sure. She is an allied vessel, so she'll use threat and momentum as normal. She would love to lay into this thing.
Yeah, let her cook.
Can we ask them to just disable her? Not to completely destroy them?
Difficulty 5. Like,
That's right.
Let's see. Did I get there? Actually, you know what? Just because I want to show you what this looks like. She decloaks and moves into range because she also has cannons.
not the smartest, are they?
They're Klingons. What'd you expect? They're not smart, but they're vicious.
That's
Yeah.
glory.
Die or glory. As boldly she decloaks and just dives into the plasma field. Let's see. Oh, that's gonna hurt. So that is 8 challenge
I
dice.
don't think he should go directly to plasma field.
Cake or death. Alright. 1, 2, 4. Alright, so that is 8 damage. And 3 effects.
Well, now we know what happens when you go inside the plasma field.
It's just a smashing into the causeway. Let's see. So that is 8 damage versus the 6 resistance. That is 14 max shields. 14. So did all of 2 damage. Good job, guys. Doing your best. The Vorcha is getting smacked, but she's built to take a beating. And however, small fires are gonna start up on her hull.
Oh boy.
Oh no, plasma fire.
Yep, plasma fire. The causeway would like to swift task for 2 threats.
Yes.
Yeah,
I think we should let them.
Yes.
All right.
get that bread, Causeway, get that bread.
Let her
Run
rip.
away, Causeway, run away!
No, she.
Klingon.
Yeah. She's going for the kill. She's firing disruptor cannons.
Death before
If I'm going
dishonor.
down, you're going down with me. Is that the plan?
Yes.
Running away is
Difficulty 1. They would like to spend a threat for 3 dice
Yes.
just to make sure.
yes.
Just for kicks and giggles. Diff 1. Let's fire. Those are not comps, so you guys getting 3
Yeah,
momentum.
that's a 16.
Trace.
We have momentum.
Hooray!
Guys, we have momentum.
Look at it.
Finally!
It's there.
Oh,
Jeez.
Oh my God.
They are not messing around. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15 damage.
On bare hole.
Eat
There's
a
distance of
Is
four.
that
dick.
15 breaches? Is that how that works?
That's 2 breaches. Start it.
Wow.
As the causeway comes in and just takes a bite out of this ship, blowing in chunks off of her hull.
This is why I like disruptors.
Beautiful.
Yeah, can I say this ship's bloodied? Is that a thing?
ship
I
is
mean, it's probably
leaking
leaking warp plasma at this point, assuming they use that.
It's probably got like 60% atmosphere left at this point.
It's just venting gas and plasma into space.
All right. Goes to enemy. To
Hey, what breaches did you get? Like, what systems did you hit?
communications and engines.
Nice.
Engines took another breach.
Yeah.
So that's-
Engines took another
Should they have
breach.
engines breach 3 then, instead of 2?
No, I've already calculated. And she had 1 breach before.
Oh, okay.
So,
Do they still have enough power to keep this plasma field going?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering about.
that is good.
Because I was about to ask, is this plasma
Same,
field, like,
yeah.
are they self-sustaining? Do they, like, replenish it?
I'm
Because
curious if
plasma
it's-
eventually spreads out.
Yeah.
It looks like the ship has lost power, but the field is still up.
Huh.
All right, so
it's
I
either got
need
cabin systems or it's completely separate from the ship's
Right.
power.
Yeah.
Maybe
Well-
they just like taped plasma trash bags out the outside. Of
maybe.
Nothing to do with power at all. They're just kind of there.
As
Cowards!
Cowards.
Yeah, it worked for me.
I'm surprised they were able to go to warp with 2
Yeah,
engine breaches.
2 engine breaches? Little assholes.
Hey. Somewhere off in the distance, it just stops.
Yeah. At about 3 feet.
It got out of system, but that's
They
about
warp
it.
and they're like over there. They're like, oh shit.
They have 2 engine breaches and warped through an ion storm.
Hang on, did the plasma field warp with them, or did they have to drop that first?
the
and then
plasma
they left?
field collapses as they warp away. And with that, Stavanger, you are receiving a communications request.
Put her on screen.
Leap. As an old, grisly, wrinkled, and gray a Klingon, just leaning on his captain's chair, wide-eyed leg ache stance, and with a swagger. This is the Causeway, calling USS Stavanger.
This is the USS Stavanger, Captain Jonathan Smith.
Captain and Kral of House Subgita. I
Glad-
thank you for
glad that we
softening up.
arrived.
Thank you for softening up that target. Took us a little while. I'll get over here.
I was wondering when you were going to decloak and join the battle.
I was gonna let you have all the
better-
fun out here.
Better in the middle of the battle than at the end when the enemy is already too soft to be honorably defeated.
That we a back. We've been tussling back and forth, or for the last little while. and afraid not all of their soldiers left with them. But now,
There's still representatives with them.
indeed, they have a whole army down on the planet. But now that we have space, we can rain down hell upon them.
They deployed a whole army from a scale 4 vessel?
Maybe a small army.
The colony on the planet still requires our aid, Captain. I would like to minimize the damage to them as much as possible.
I think these Naqual all are causing enough damage as it is. They should be our first priority.
What did he call them?
Naqual.
Was that a species name or a Klingon insult?
Suspicious names.
Oh, the Naqual.
Appears to be what they call
face,
themselves.
A name to the face.
Well, a name to the ship.
He just said it was a species name.
Yeah, we have not actually seen them, I don't think, because they haven't been revealed. to us.
Yeah, they didn't and give you a video, oh hail.
Yeah.
How many of them are on the surface?
Fair number. 4,000. After they smashed through us, they brought in a crew transport. Landed an entire army in the ocean.
The ocean. The deep.
Very well then.
Hey, Callisto! You still alive over there? Yes, Crawl. We're doing the best as we can to stay out of trouble. Ha 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 ha! Perhaps we should rendezvous around the planet and speak tactics with if the honored leader are down there. Study.
I agree. Gettysburg, ensure that the Calypso makes it to the planet safely.
Do they require a tow?
They don't require our tow, but if you can send engineering teams over, that would definitely help. As the causeway's still on fire.
From the Gettysburg? We
Well,
don't have a lot of people.
The engineering closets?
We'll rendezvous
Yeah.
with them. The Stavanger will beam engineering crews over and then head straight for the planet.
Easy.
Copy.
Having the Gettysburg just make sure that they get there safely. We are still in an ion storm.
We'll escort them over.
Yeah. That's all I'm asking for that.
Yeah. Escort the Callisto over.
If it needs to be in-person meeting, the Stavanger will be the main point for that.
Yeah, let's take a moment as all the ships kind of move around. Gettysburg, you're easily able to kind of rendezvous with the Callisto. Her engines are okay, but yeah, she definitely has some. Her impulse engines are okay. Warp engines are damaged and will definitely need some repairs. There's weapon systems are also damaged.
Are we still on like an open channel to Callisto? Do they have wounded? Do they need medical teams as well? If we're chucking teams over?
Let me double check her medical score. Yes, as she has wounded and would need assistance with that.
Is their medical score better than the Stavengers?
Nope.
Son of a bitch! Like,
And besides that,
The
Getting-
Falkland is the medical ship of the fleet.
yeah, still getting the least critical wounded over to the Stavanger would be a good idea. Having Guy and medical teams going over there, they treat the critically wounded.
yeah, what's their
Probably be a
like
back-to-back.
report status now that things have calmed down? Do they have a bunch of wounded? Do they have dead?
Uh,
Power
Give
system
me-
still operative? Or?
give me one moment. Yeah, they still have power systems, and they're a little beat up, but they're not like dead and limping.
So their medical base still works.
Yeah.
So we shouldn't be transferring anybody unless we absolutely need to. So I can go over with a small team to the Callisto.
The Gettysburg is still going to be free floating, keeping a good distance within range of the Callisto to give them support if they need it. So, for the time being, Venick is stuck on the Gettysburg.
Okay.
So,
All the
you
ships
have-
are brought into orbit around the planet Talakris, the Beta Z colony.
They've
Sounds like
named the colony after their
their belief.
ideology
Yeah.
as well. Damn, cringe.
Wow.
diplomacy, dang it.
Sounds like we're sending medical and engineering teams over to the Callisto.
Yes.
All right. We'll do more fleshed out versions of that later, but between Cass and Guy, you'll definitely be able to bring her back up to operational shape fairly quickly.
Cool.
Eventually the causeway stops burning.
Good.
They have engineers.
Is
that
like
can
all the
modify.
paint gone from the hole? Is it all just
All the
like,
paints. there's-
gunmetal gray now?
There's gunmetal gray strips, and where the fire just burned.
Honestly, Klingon captain would probably keep that as a badge of honor.
Yeah, the ship's got battle scars now.
Heck yeah.
We charged straight into a plasma field, made our enemy run, and all we got were these burn scars.
And all I got were these.
All right. Do we want to have like all the captains and the senior staff meet up so we have a little talk about what's going on?
Yeah, I guess we can do that before we send the teams over.
Yeah.
That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah.
Where
All
are we
right.
sending teams?
To the Callisto.
Was broken.
Oh, right.
Yeah, we're sending engineering and medical to Callisto. It's not a full away team.
Yeah. And we'll deal with that in a bit. Let's cut back a little bit. Cass. And is the microphone working?
Uh-oh.
How far back are we cutting? Because a lot's happened.
I just want to cut in and get Cass's thoughts on some of the situation.
Oh
Fun.
Fun.
boy.
This is our purgatory.
3. You need to go over there with a hammer.
yeah, I do.
I'm not saying hit it, just threaten it.
Oh, whoa, that's even
Wait,
crazier. What?
Make sure your phone isn't clicked on mute.
Do you have headphones in? Sometimes the headphones have a shitty mic that sucks.
No, it's just the phone. What the?
What?
Hang up and rejoin the call.
It doesn't want our chief engineer to actually be able to communicate with us.
Anything?
Oh,
Hooray!
There we go.
Okay.
Oofed.
I'm
All
gonna
right.
fight someone. I don't even know who I'm fighting, but I'm fighting. Okay,
I'll
sorry.
bring a lightsaber over.
I have 7 in my bedroom.
I meant I'll bring one for me.
Oh,
Anyway,
okay.
the ship, it's broken.
Yeah, and I'm annoyed.
Our ship isn't broken. We have one hole.
We have a crack along 3/4 of the saucer.
It's only the exterior air hull, though. It's fine.
No one.
That's what it's there for.
Space, so I guess we count that as a
We
win.
got hit once during that fight.
Yes, we did.
Anyways,
Nick.
Cass. Yes.
Yes.
So you're made aware that we're going to do some breakaway beta is a colony.
Oh,
What
exciting.
are your thoughts on this?
Well, I don't super get along with the Betazoid half of my family. But also, chances are, knowing them as I do, there's someone in my mother's family involved in this sort of thing. She is a, what is the word I'm looking for?
Headstrong?
Well, yes, not what I was going for. Not politician, but ambassador, but not ambassador, something along those lines.
Diplomat.
Diplomat, bureaucrat.
Thank you. Bureaucrat, diplomat, that sort of thing. The rest of the family, yeah. So I have feelings.
These breakaway Betazoids are warrior-like.
So honestly, maybe I'll get along with them better than the rest of my family. Guess we'll find out. Except, they're... I was going to say, except they're, like, killing people, but also I'm not really one to talk about that because I've done some things, so...
Is it the Maquis?
The Maquis cannot talk about other people killing people.
Yeah, that's why I stopped.
Also, I mean, we don't know what they've been up to in the past 7 years. We know they were, rather violent before, but it doesn't appear that they've been the cause of any of the tomfoolery yet.
True.
All right.
I'm intrigued. We'll put it that way.
All right. Before everyone breaks and starts helping people all out, we have a conference room scene of all the captains of the 3 to 3.5 ships in orbit.
So I assume we're having a version of the Doctor scene, right? Captain.
We have 3.5 captains in the room. It's fine. Next is that. Because he's a captain in name, not in rank.
Captain, acting captain.
Yes.
So, tough little ship you got there.
Yes, both of my ships are well suited for this frontier of travel space.
Yes. Yes. Renera speaks up. But it appears as that at the frontier has gotten more or complicated.
This new civilization definitely complicates things. Their motives seem to be very xenophobic. Their obsession with purging those that are not pure is troubling.
Bernard speaks up. Well, yeah, I couldn't make heads or tails of their philosophy while they were yelling at us. It seems contradictory.
And they are unwilling to actually discuss it with us in any capacity, other than to shout it at us.
Well, wouldn't be the worst time. Wouldn't be the first time we've ran into disagreeable people in space. Renera kind of glances pointedly across the table. To Call.
Yes, unfortunately, the Federation has run into many species that, at the time, definitely wished us harm. Though we have made several of them allies. Seem to recall that the Andorians were not as willing to talk when the humans first met them. I believe your term for us was pinkskins. Our glass houses are on unstable ground because of our past. Could be throwing stones at anybody in this room.
Renera smirks and just kind of shakes his head and conceding the point. Well, all that's as history. Now we have the present. There's a ground war going on down there, and who knows where that ship ran off to, or how many friends and she has.
What was your last communication with the occupants of the colony?
Our last communication mission was simply that there was an enemy ship closing in.
That was after you responded to the distress call?
Yeah, we've been on this planet for 3 or 4 days helping them out, and then the enemy ship attacked. Actually, we have some ground personnel still down there helping out, but the Naqual landed troop transport or in the ocean just off the coast of the city.
Interesting. So the distress call stated that they were damaged by a storm. Is it separate from the storm that was detected around the Nicole ship? Because the way you say it, it seems that when you arrived, the ship was not here, correct?
Yeah, this colony he had a freak terrestrial storm really hit their colony, so they had terrestrial problems, and this Naqual thing seems to be separate from that. At least I think it is.
Did the leadership of the colony ever indicate that they have previous events with terrestrial storms?
Some, but not at the caliber or that they experienced.
It is interesting that it happens days before a alien vessel arrives and lays siege to the planet. Curious if it could be connected in some way. There may be more about these, Nicole, that we do not understand.
Especially given the fact that they appear to be an aquatic race.
This colony
A large terrestrial storm would be of great benefit to them, assuming many areas were flooded.
Agreed, and my thoughts exactly.
well, this
I'm not
colony
sure
has
are they
been-
that advanced, but they definitely have some tricks up their sleeve.
But this colony has been relatively off of our radar, at least, since it arrived out here. This distress call is the first major incident that's arrived from it, as far as we're concerned.
Are the Nqual claiming this system as their territory? Did they attempt any type of negotiation or communication before they attacked?
Call speaks up. Only communication they gave was as permission for us to kick their ass.
I'm assuming further hostilities in the domain of purging us from the deep.
Not much more than that.
The troubling thing is we don't understand what this deep is. Well, yes, it could be referring to the water in which they landed their initial assault forces. Could be something deeper than that.
A pun, Captain?
Not necessarily. This species doesn't seem given to levity in any way.
What have their troops done since they've been dropped here?
They've done a couple big pushes up the beach, but we've been managing to hold them off.
You said we've been managing to hold them up? Do you have troops on the ground?
Call speaks up. Of course, I have troops on the ground. I'm not gonna let the empaths have all the fun.
As for my understanding, given what Captain Ramirez said, as well as what Captain Krass has said, and given what the ambassador gave us as your general mission to be here, Captain, it looks like Kraus, there would have already been a significant number of Federation and Klingon forces on the planet. I assume that Captain Kreis would have increased that number when the unknown vessel first arrived and landed its troops.
I think you misunderstand, Captain. And we didn't have some big expedition to get out here. We were the expedition.
Yeah.
We've lent our troops down there, but I have 200 Klingon warriors down there, and probably another 100 or so of your Starfleet security forces down there.
How advanced are their troops? Are they comparable to ours?
From what I've seen, pretty comparable. So do this thing where they attack at night and suck all the light out of the area.
Interesting.
Have you captured any
They must have
prisoners?
some.
What's that, 3?
I was gonna say, interesting. They must have some other form of navigation or perception as opposed to seeing. Many of their tactics appear to be based on removing visual sight.
Have you attempted to use that against them in any way on the ground? artificial lights in places. Perhaps they are sensitive to it.
They shoot down the artificial lights.
Have you been able to capture any of them as prisoners?
No, so much like I Klingons, if it looks like they're not going to be able to escape if they overload their weapons and charge into a group.
What about corpses? Do you have any corpses?
A few.
Have they been analyzed by any scientific or medical professionals?
Renera speaks up. Not really. We've been too busy trying to keep our ship together in range, and a colony harasses as it has been and hasn't had the medical facilities to perform such tests.
I think it's prudent that once we get all of the ships operational again, that I inspect one of the bodies, if possible.
Yes, we need to look for weaknesses.
Everyone looks expectantly at you, Captain.
I think that's our best course of action. I'd like to get in contact with the leader of the colony, if at all possible. Perhaps they have a different perspective on things, given that they've been on the ground the entire time.
If possible, I would like to attempt to pull my potential history with her to expedite the talking process.
You know someone down there?
From a long time ago, yes.
Crash as gives you a quizzical look, trying to read your intentions, but doesn't get anything. He just sits back down. All right, what's everyone's orders?
Also compromise you, Doctor.
Sorry, what was that? I couldn't hear you.
And this connection could also compromise you, Doctor.
No.
Captain, I do have a recommendation for the light problem.
And others.
Have they tried a I've been reviewing the logs of the Voyager and its travels through the Delta Quadrant. They mentioned use of a warp flare.
I don't think it wise to attempt anything with a warp field in atmosphere.
Oh, well, my thoughts were they simply modify the rounds for the photon mortars that they should have with them. It's basically a smaller photon torpedo. The modifications should be similar, if not on a smaller scale. I believe they called them parachute flares back on during the early 20th century.
Modifying a photon to project a larger amount of light is far different than a warp flare, which presumably would have included a warp core of some description.
Out of character, warp flare is literally they just modified a photon torpedo
Right,
so they could fire it and emit light at warp.
At warp, yeah.
They just called it a warp flare.
Yeah. It was just a way to fire a flare while going at warp. That was. But no, yeah, that definitely works. It's pretty neat.
It's kind of hard to shoot down
Right.
An
just
artificial light source.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's floating out of the sky at you.
Very well. Communicate that with the ground teams for the Klingons and the Federation.
Yes, Captain.
It would require multiple volleys in order for it to be effective.
Of course. I will also send down a preliminary report on the rate of fire and target coordinates to provide the most. What's the word I'm looking for? The most illumination.
Very good.
All right. So after this meeting, where is everyone heading off to? What's our objectives here?
I think myself and Cass are taking a medical and engineering team to go help get the Callisto up to snuff rapidly, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yep. And I'm going to the armory to mess with a photon grenade and see if I can replicate the warp flare thing.
I'd think that Venix would be returning back to the Gettysburg to be in command of that, so problems arise.
Oh, good. Yes,
Yeah,
I
I'm
could
kinda
use
thinking-
Venix's help as well.
Oh, well, I was about to suggest I would expect them to return since they
Right.
The
still have
Gettysburg?
a sizable presence here, so we probably should patrol.
Yeah. Yeah, have the Gettysburg out patrolling.
Maybe set up a probe sensor net of some type to.
Mm-hmm.
Readjust the probes that we have out already to
Right.
cover the area. Launching other ones. Yep. Sounds good.
Sorrel, what would you be doing after this meeting?
I was thinking of getting a salad, but
Yeah. A little hungry.
well, if there's sensor probing that needs to be done, of course, that's something Sorrel can help with.
All
right.
You'd be going on the
physiology would be
Gettysburg
important.
with Venix in that respect. They keep the Stavanger would remaining in orbit here.
All right.
Okay, I can go on the Gettysburg.
And Smith, would you be going down to the planet to talk to Ustadi?
If it's not possible for them to meet me on the Stavanger.
She does not wish to leave the surface of the planet while it's in crisis.
So me and Guy are going down with a small security team.
Guys, I was going to the Callisto.
Do you
Well, no,
want
I
to speak with her?
was gonna say, I didn't know we were doing all these things simultaneously, so I'll just send a medical team to go and do that, and I'll go down to the surface.
That works.
Yeah, I can put Tashawn in charge of the medical team, so we have a.
Yeah, for sure. It's not super bad. They're pretty good. Just a couple extra hands, and they should be fine.
Yeah, for sure.
And there was also talk about looking over the bodies. Yeah, that could be something that's done on the Stavanger.
Yeah, I mean, if we can get one sent up, I can take a peek at it later if you wanted a player to do it.
Doctor gets to do a little bit of dissection. Is that what we're?
Yep, absolutely do a little dissection.
Just
He
a little
technically
bit.
gets to do more dissection because he's already dissected one of
It's true.
Venix's species.
Becoming a pastime. When 2E comes out, pastime focus, dissection.
Just do that casually.
Right, yeah. Bored today?
He's constantly just dissecting his lunch.
All right. 1 second.
So I'm leaving Zero in command of the Stavanger while I head down, since my first and second officer are going on to Gettysburg.
Yep. Yeah, and we'll handle this next week. I just want to get an idea of where everything's going.
Yep.
Yep.
This.
Oh, the captain's beaming down to a war zone, and Venix isn't going with them. Oh no!
Yeah, we're just
Who's gonna
finishing.
catch the punch this time.
I mean, if Phoenix wants to leave the patrol at Censornet to Sorrel only, he could come with me, but that's his character, his idea.
Wait, no, we talked about it. Venix is the captain. It's his turn.
If you
go
on the Gettysburg Sorrel, you are the senior officer. You take command.
You can and appoint Venix as the captain, and even though you are a higher rank, it depends on what the mission is. The CO isn't necessarily the highest ranked person.
Right. I'm there to do sensor scans.
I got one job and one job alone, baby.
He wants to push the button and look at the pretty pictures that the screen draws.
Yep. And the beeps. The bloops.
And the beeps.
Yeah.
Ping. He wants the center ping.
Yep.
You could have Verdun be your
people.
bodyguard. You'd also be a good liaison with the Klingons.
Yeah, that's true.
It's just a patrol full Sorrel. What could go wrong?
As I'm spending fourth rat.
I think we should contact the box and get a nanotech armor for him.
What's that sound for?
Bridge to captain.
What's the boopity boop?
Go ahead.
Sir, we're seeing a massive offensive if push on the ground, and the Naqual are looking to attack the power generator down there.
Send security teams down to that location immediately. Type 3 phasers authorized.
Permission to join the team, Captain? I can perform my modifications to the ground.
Granted.
Thank you.
Mr. 3, you're in charge of that security force.
And with that, scene breaks as everyone rushes to do their air duties as the camera zooms down to the planet's surface. This nighttime, I'm raid as a bunch of Beta Zeds and Klingon warriors stand side by side in the city east streets. As marching up the beach comes these tall blue fish-like people with a silvery mask over their face, and they're making a low whoom 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 sound as they march up the beach. Fire erupts from both sides as the battle begins. And that is where we're in tonight's episode.
Oh no, it's Innsmouth.
Solid.
War.
Multi-parter.
Yes.
Yeah, I was expecting this to be multi-parter. So this is a big mission.
So, how will the big meeting work next Wednesday vis-a-vis our actual game?
You would have gone to that at meeting before this.
Okay, gotcha.
So, in terms of what happened, while you were still at the Breen repair bay, the QED ship came, got the two of us, zipped off to the meeting. We had the meeting, zipped back, and then we headed out.
I got you.
Yeah. So, and so you'll be able to have that information in next week as far as everything else.
Cool.
But with that, the credits will roll. Be sure to catch us next week each Thursday, 7 p.m. here on Twitch to catch our next adventure on the frontier. Thanks to our awesome players tonight. Music provided by Kevin Macloud. You can check out his royalty-free music at incompetech.com. And as always, we are forever grateful to Modifius for giving us the tall ship, and to Gene Roddenberry, the great bird of the galaxy, for giving the stars to guide us. Until we meet again, go out and find your next adventure.